Almost hit the wrong button. That would have been silly. Hi! Good to see you. Thank you. I made it myself. In case that wasn't incredibly obvious. Let me check out. Everything ready. It's so loud every time. Alright. Yeah, I'm real honestly pretty proud of it. Oh yeah, yeah. I figured they would get that anyways, so with all the blood and gore and whatnot. Oh yeah. Yeah, that was nuts. Good old giant sumo sticker man. I can see that. Big, peaceful, fat guy. Although in that case, he was not peaceful at all.
Eh?
So we're gonna all negative this time. Alright. This one. Wait a second. Serica just said it would depend on the person. Serica and I have known each other for a long time. We'd been friends since we were little, and we still spent a lot of time with each other. Which means there's a good chance that she likes me. In other words, if I went for it, could I at least get a kiss? That's right. Cool Cat Press said the same thing in the October 10th, 1999 edition. God damn it, Cool Cat. It's a special titled How to Silence a Woman by Kissing Her. No, don't do it. This fall, women are waiting for your kiss. Share an unbalanced kiss and fall in love. Do whatever it takes to trick her to— Jesus Christ, Cool Cat! He who dares wins. Do whatever it takes to trick her into kissing you. This is uncool cat. Uncool cat.
ちょっとだけいいか?
I gotta pick all the negative ones, except for one, apparently, but I grabbed a Jesus Christ, I hate this already. I grabbed a confused Serica and forced her down on the bed. Why are you doing this?
ちょっとだけだから。本当にちょっとだけだから。
He who dares wins. And they say kisses are magic. I like how it's playing the evil music. Very appropriate. If I kiss Serica, maybe she'd fall in love with me. I wasn't sure I wanted Serica to fall in love with me, but it really felt like I was just grabbing the first girl that was available, but I just really wanted to kiss someone, and it didn't matter who. Oh my lord. I felt a strong shock along my left cheek. My head shook. I was seeing stars.
Taku. Kimoi.
Her words stabbed like daggers into my heart. All the excitement I felt was washed away in an instant.
いや、尾上、今のは。最低。本気で引いた。キモすぎ。何？私がいつもタクと一緒にいてあげてるからキスぐらい許してくれると思った？許すわけねえだろ！えっ ことじゃねえよ。何勘違いしてんの。超キモい。死ね。今すぐここで死ね。そのグロい下髪切って死ねよ、クソ野郎。
I mean, fair enough.
タク、なんでそんな顔真っ赤にしてプルプル震えてるの？
いや、別に。
Forcing her to the bed was basically a crime. What do you mean, basically? Bad idea, yeah. I'm not like your average teenager who only thinks of the opposite sex. Those are just, like, delusions in his mind. Basically, like, just, yeah. Little, like, basically those are his invasive thoughts. You can pick, like, positive or negative. The positive ones are honestly, the positive ones are usually the horny ones, and then the negative ones are usually violent and brutal. But sometimes there are exceptions. If my simulation with Serica went that badly, trying it with any other girl was sure to end with me in handcuffs.
それよりタク、500円ちょうだい。
No worries. No worries at all. For what? Hush money? Wait. That was just a simulation.
500円って何の話？
Alright. I like how these ones seem to be like, do all positive and then do all negative. That way I get like, at least I get to see all of them. And I don't have to like keep the last game I had to keep a freaking spreadsheet to keep track of which ones I saw and which ones I hadn't. I believe this one ends with him getting... Oh, nope, I haven't seen this one.
俺たちそんな話し方じゃないゲロ。カエルなめんなゲロ。
Suddenly, all the Garo froggies in the classroom stood up on their own. Oh god. They're revolting. What is this, Toy Story? There were easily more than 30 of them. It took me a second to process what I was seeing, but who could blame me? Who wouldn't be surprised if a bunch of Garo froggy dolls started walking around of their own free will? The next thing we knew, we were surrounded. We were like frogs in the clutches of a hungry snake, or maybe humans in the clutches of angry frogs.
何これ、ぬいぐるみが喋ってる。
A little awkward, yeah.
なんだこれ、キモ、超ウケる。俺たちをバカにする奴らは許さんゲロ。目に物見せてやるゲロ。血で血を洗う惨劇の始まりだゲロ。
Their eyes weren't smiling. This felt really bad.
ああ、クソカエルのぬいぐるみの分際でなんだって？
Are they gonna murder us? One of my classmates carelessly approached the green Garo froggy.
おい、よせ。しゃー
Oh dear lord! It was too late. The green Garo froggy launched itself like a missile at his mouth, then forced its way down his throat. Then it ripped its way out of his stomach from the inside. Jesus Christ! Something long, pink, and glistening slid out from the gaping hole in his stomach. Oh, I hate that noise! I hate it so much. That's when the screaming began. No one escaped the classroom alive. The Garo froggies showed no mercy. They indiscriminately slaughtered both boys and girls. And I was the least lucky of them all. I was the last survivor. If only they'd killed me sooner, I wouldn't have had to piss myself in despair, trapped in a classroom where the walls were covered in blood and guts and brains. The sound, it keeps going. I wouldn't have had to see my classmates die.
お前は実験台にしてやるゲロ。
Oh my
人間
lord.
パペットだゲロ。 俺たちがお前の中に入って操ってやるゲロ。
やめてくれ。
すぐ楽になるから安心しろだゲロ。さあ
The green frog leapt toward my mouth. A huge wet lump forced its way down my windpipe and inside of me. Oh my god. This one is particularly upsetting. I should have chewed off my own tongue and died that way with a frog in my throat. But it was too late for regrets now. Oh boy, that was fun. That's like something out of a cheesy horror movie. Wrongsiders these days preferred big-budget action movies. Something like this would never sell to them. I erased the stupid simulation from my mind. Oh my god, that was deeply upsetting. So gross. I think this is the one we've already seen. Ends with a KO. It's like a prick, yeah. Yeah, he's kind of a douche. I swear he looks like someone from, like, Fire Emblem. He looks like a cavalier from Fire Emblem. Also that. Then a miracle occurred. Oh no. A sudden wind blew through the window. Kurusu's hair was blown violently by the wind. But that was all. This time, she held down the pleats of her skirt to keep it from flying up. Instead, the papers scattered on the desks and shelves were lifted up and blown around the room.
Oi, Mado shimero.
Ito and I mumbled complaints as we picked up the fallen papers.
何これ
I hope that's it. I hope it's just, literally just, nothing happened. And that's the bad thing. Uh-oh. Kurusu picked up one of the papers off the ground. When I saw what it was, I froze. I could feel the color drain from my face. There was a color printout I'd made from a scanned page of Cool Cat Press. God damn it! I printed it out, but forgot to take it back with me.
実践
So busted.
女の子のエッチな口説き方
読むな。
これを読めばお持ち帰り間違いなし
宮代。
Don't look at me that way.
タクルーこれはあなたが
と。
だったら聞きたいんだけど何をお持ち帰りしたくてこれを読んだの答えなさい
My life was over. I fell to the ground without answering her question, my heart filled with despair. He's got it right. Just imagining that situation was enough to give me goosebumps. The thought of it happening for real made my blood run cold. I shouldn't hope for things. One glimpse of the white goddess was enough. Stop calling it that! You freaking weirdo.
和樹その手さっきよりひどくなってない
Oh god, what happened to her head? Kurisu's voice was filled with panic.
タクル、カズキの手が。
I'm only now realizing I haven't done many of the negative ones. Worried, I looked back toward Kazuki. She was clutching her right arm with a pained expression. An eerie, dark miasma was seeping out of it. Oh my god, yes. Her true power has been unleashed.
闇の力が暴走している。覚醒したというの？
How did I know it was going this way? Kurusu looked at me, suddenly uncertain.
おいおい、早すぎるだろ。あと10年は持つんじゃなかったのかよ。
それだけ和樹の中の力が強大だっていうことか。
あるいはカズキの力を覚醒させる何かがこの町に近づいているのかもしれない。
Her true power cannot be contained.
悠長に話してる場合じゃねえ。このままじゃやばいぞ。
伊藤、クリス、僕たちだけで景色を。しまった。
We were too slow to notice. The seal was about to break. An overwhelming torrent of darkness burst forth from Kazuki's body and streaked towards me. It was cold, like absolute zero, and I felt my mind slowly fading away. Oh, that's it? Lame. That's the kind of stupid stuff a third grader might think about during class. But I was old enough that it was just embarrassing. Third grader or a certain mad scientist. True. It's even more ridiculous. Oh, nice. Honestly, I was thinking about that. I mentioned linear bound of pentagram the other day, and I just... Oh. Hold that thought. And then suddenly the door flung open. An angry and very underdressed man came storming out. His hair was short and permed, and he had a gold necklace around his neck. Oh no, this guy was bad news. Serika had frozen in surprise. And he glared at me. I shook my head without thinking. And then he turned his gaze towards Serika. Man grabbed Serika by the hand and tried to pull her into the room. Jesus Christ. She turned toward me for help with tears in her eyes. Something really bad was about to happen to her. I had to do something. I had to... That's a good question. I was suddenly kicked in the solar plexus. The force sent me flying all the way back to the other wall, where I collapsed to the ground. Pain was so great that I couldn't breathe. I couldn't even stand up. And then the door shut. I could hear the man's yelling, and Serica screams from within. Well... all I could do was crumple up into a ball on the ground, crying in fear and frustration. What if that happened? Serica was just too reckless. We didn't belong in a place like this anyway. I bit my lip and watched in fear as she kept knocking.
もうやめなって。
そう？
But as it turns out, she knows exactly what she's doing. Oh yeah, so linear random pentagram. I think I wanna replay it because it's been a long time, and when I'm finished with this, I wanna play Anonymous Code, but I can't afford it yet. So I'm gonna have to wait until I can afford it. I think I'm gonna replay linear random pentagram because that one is just so freaking good. You watch that? Yeah. Yeah, I totally considering replaying it. It's like the best Steins Gate thing, in my opinion. Yeah. Yeah, eventually I want to play all the science adventure stuff, but next up is Anonymous Code, which I truly know nothing about other than that it is one of the semicolon games. Yeah, the only thing I've seen of it are the screenshots you see on the store page. Steins Gate reference, nice. Psychonker, awesome. I still don't know what is up with you, waitress lady. I refuse to believe that you are just a random background character. You are... And some information I'd found before flashed across my mind. Of course, it was from Cool Cat Press. Well then, don't think about it. God damn it. I'd read about it in a certain special they'd run. If you put eye drops into a beer, it will make a girl feel aroused. That's... That's Serica again. Every time! At the time, I hadn't believed it. And another issue, they'd said that eye drops in cola would make a girl go to sleep. Adding eye drops into a drink would create unusual side effects. I'd heard a rumor that it was all just an urban legend, though. But what would happen if you put eye drops into Kakonto? There was a stupid teenage girl who didn't even know what Kakonto was right in front of me. I think it's the tea, right? Should I try it? No. I most likely, yeah, I think things are about to get violent. I prepared 2 cups like it was the most natural thing in the world and poured out the Kakanto I've made. And then, being very careful not to let Serica see me, I took the eye drops off the shelf. Now, just add a few drops of it into this, and maybe it would be enough to arouse even Serica. I tried adding a few drops. But wait a second, Cool Cat Press hadn't said anything about how much to use. So I had no idea how much it would take to get any effect. It felt like you would need more than a few drops. Okay, I just have to add the whole bottle. Oh my god, you're so dumb. The problem was how to make sure that Serica didn't see me.
今お前の分も作ってやるから座って待ってろよ。
本当ありがとう。カッコン糖って初めて飲むな。
Serica did just what I told her. So easy. While she sat on the sofa, I went around to where she couldn't see me and opened the lid to the eye drops, then poured the whole bottle in.
お待たせ。
My heart felt like it was pounding fast. She's so gonna die. This is so gonna murder her. I tried to act normal as I handed her the cup.
結構すごい匂いだね。薬みたい。
Shit.
いや、カッコン糖ってもともと漢方薬だし、そういう匂いなんだ。
健康には良さそう。
Serica laughed. It was lucky for me that she was so stupid. Or was she?
いただきます。
She put the cup to her lips with no hesitation. And then... she started coughing. Yeah, I should have seen that coming. I must have added the wrong amount. I'd have to tell her what I'd done later and apologize.
大丈夫か？
Serica wouldn't stop coughing. Her body was twisting in pain. The cup fell to the floor and spilled the Kakanto everywhere.
あつく。おのえ、おい。
This wasn't normal.
どうしたんだよ。
Right? And then, all too suddenly, she coughed up blood. The red liquid stained the sofa, the floor, and me.
なんだよ、これ。
But was I not supposed to mix Kakanto and eye drops? Did I accidentally make something poisonous?
おのえ、おい。
I tried to pat her back when her eyes suddenly rolled up into her head. She started to spasm and shake. All I could do was watch in shock. Soon she laid down on the bed, face up, and stopped moving. Blood was still dripping from the side of her mouth.
おのえ、
She wasn't breathing.
嘘だろ。
Congratulations, you killed her.
死んだなんて。嘘って言ってくれよ。
Idiot.
何が？
は？
Serica was looking at me, head tilted in surprise. There was no blood or drool dripping from her mouth, and her eyes weren't rolled up into the back of her head.
嘘って何の話？
あ？いや、なんでもない。
もしかして私に何か嘘ついてる？
I definitely didn't murder you in my head just now.
そういうんじゃないって。気にするな。
オッケー。
I mean, it's easy to forget. It is easy to forget. I couldn't tell if she was just obedient or just didn't care. But for now, I was saved. I took a drink from the cup of Kokanto in my hands. It didn't taste like medicine. I hadn't been able to find any eye drops on the shelf, so I'd just given it to her normally. I love how that's the reason. He just couldn't find them. It was wrong to think about experimenting on a friend, yeah. Definitely not just an afterthought.
それにしてもゲンさんいい人だよね。好きだな私。
Like, honestly, as creepy as this guy can get, it doesn't even hold a candle to the last guy, Takumi. Like, that was really the next level creeper. Unless wow, I really haven't done many of these red ones. Unless we could win her over, we weren't going to be able to continue with the case.
よし、これから賄賂を買いに行こう。伊藤、
渋谷で有名なスイーツ店の上位3つを調べてくれ。
Why are you talking like that?
任せろ。これで副部長もイチコロだぜ。
It was time for the mission to begin.
というわけでこれクルスにプレゼント。
I knew that Kurusu was staying late after school to try and get ready for the festival. I handed her the present I just bought. He does sound like he's doing an Okabe impression. Ito had found me a pancake place near Shibuya Station. It was a popular store when where there was always a line of girls outside. I heard it was one of the few places you could get pancakes for carryout, and I quickly chose it. Standing in line with the girls for an hour was almost torture, but I somehow managed to do it.
これって X サンクスのパンケーキ？
そうだけど
何を企んでるの？
そんな言い方ないだろ。せっかく買ってきたのに。
あなたが私にプレゼントを持ってくるなんて今までなかったもの。何か魂胆があるんでしょ？伊藤君、どういうこと？
事件のことを追いかけたいから副部長に賄賂をみたいな。
あ、お前
Could have put up more of a fight than that.
すまん宮代。副部長の眼力には勝てなかった。
せっかく買ってきてくれたのは嬉しいけど、これ受け取れない。
Kurusu handed the pancakes back to me. She was always so serious about this stuff.
二人で仲良く食べなさい。とっても美味しいから。
Why is this so creepy? Like, this is perfectly normal so far. Why is it so... this murderous intent? Her face was smiling, but her eyes weren't. That was, like, terrifying. Yeah, that's what would happen. Kurusu would see through any attempt at bribery I made. It was a bad idea to try and buy her off. Why would I want to split a pancake dinner with Ito anyway? Or would it work better if Ito didn't go with me? Almost certainly yes. Okay, I gotta be careful with these. I think it was this one. The Don't Look at Me case.
でその概要が
Group dive.
でその遺体の画像が
This was this one. I can't skip. Well, yeah, I guess I can't skip the placing of the pins. I just want to make sure I'm not picking the wrong one because I forgot what they're asking for.
でその概要が
Pregnant man. I could never forget Pregnant man, even if I tried. Will haunt me until the day I die.
ラブホの事件の遺体の画像は
That would be this one.
見覚えあるな。なんだっけな。
Oh god. That was this one. Yeah. Oh shit. God damn it. Crucified. Yeah.
妊娠男と同じ日付の男
Okay, we're good. We're good. Don't make any accidental mistakes. Yeah, she was the one from, she was like the first character ending. Rimura sighed, annoyed.
はいはい
Her thing
白
is
状しますよ
she can tell when you're lying. So don't lie to her, ever. Confess? No way, to murder?
親父狩りしてました
What?
わかります親父狩り私が街を歩いてるおっさんに1回1万円って言って声かけるんですでホテル行ったら先にシャワー浴びてよって頼むわけっすよそしたらその間に仲間を部屋に誘導する
Her friends?
あとはすっぱだかのおっさんを縛って写メで撮ってから財布に入ってるお金を全部抜き取って終了向こうは後ろめたいことしてるわけだから警察にも言えずに泣き寝入り完全犯罪の成立です
Oh my goodness. In other words, she had very scary friends.
でもよりによってこないだのおっさんは抵抗してきたんですよムカついたんで全員でリンチしてぶっ殺しちゃいました
No one said a word.
ちなみに皆さんの顔と名前全部覚えちゃいましたんで夜道を歩くときは気をつけてくださいね
Oh my god.
私の仲間がご挨拶に行くかも
Jesus. Yeah, that was excessive. It was a possibility, wasn't it? Couldn't think of any other good reason for her to be in that hotel. Yeah. Yeah, that's pretty messed up. Oh god, this thing. Oh, it's never not upsetting. Cut off their jaw. Oh no! Oh, yeah, no, that's yikes. Here we go again. Yep, still upsetting. Ito suddenly became very upset. He slammed his hands down on the table and stood up.
これハムサンドじゃなくてツナサンドじゃねえか
Ito, it's just a sandwich, my guy.
本当に
I think I literally I think I got rid of it. I used it one time. I made a little It made a little like animation thing. Oh man, I can't find it now, but it was just a little. I wanted to have it on my keyboard to just press a button and it just says "keep it wholesome," because I really. I also don't like it when they get rapey. It's just a sandwich, Ito. Calm down.
お前ふざけんなよ。俺頼むときちゃんとハムサンドって言ったよな。
Dude.
おかしいな。ハムサンド買ったつもりだったんだけど。
Chill, my guy.
今すぐ取り替えてもらってこいよ。
別にいいじゃん。ハムサンドもツナサンドもそう大して違わないんだし。
あ？今なんつった？
Dude!
ツナサンドの何が気に入らないの？美味しいのに。
ツナサンドがどうとかじゃねえんだよ。俺は今日ハムサンドを食べたいんだ。
そんなに言うなら自分で交換してもらいに行けば？せっかく親切で買ってきてあげたのに、なんで怒られなくちゃいけないの？
だからお前が間違えたからだろ。
伊藤落ち着けって。いくらなんでもそんなどうでもいいことで切れすぎ。
どうでもよくねえよ。
It is just a sandwich. I tried to move between them and Ito struck me in the chest. Dude. He hit me hard enough to knock me to the ground. This is not where I was expecting this one to go.
何するんだ。
うるせえ。宮代は黙ってろ。俺はもともと尾上の態度が気に入らなかったんだ。宮代のことばっか構ってよ。俺のことなんかバカにしてたんだろ。
してないよ。っていうか何？逆ギレ？ふざすぎ。みっともないから死んだら。
What is it? What is it? What is in the water today? Jesus Christ.
なんだと？
Ito ran over to her. I thought he was going to hit her, but he didn't. He put both his hands around her neck and started to squeeze. Dude, everybody's strangling people. Stop it.
それならお前が死ねよ。絶対に許さねえぞ。俺のハムサンドさっさともらってこいよ。ツナサンドとか認めねえからな。ハムサンドだ。ハムサンドだぞ。ぶっ殺す。
What the fuck? Oh no! Dude, it's a sandwich, my guy! What the fuck? Ito had totally lost control. He was staring at Serika with bloodshot eyes.
なあ、やめろよ二人とも。なんでハムサンドごときで争ってるんだよ。ていうか、そのままだと本当に尾上が死ぬって。
Oh my god. Serika moaned in pain. She was flailing her arms and legs, trying to escape his grasp, but he was a lot stronger than she was. Drool oozed out of the side of her lips. Dude, Ito, enough! Calm down, my guy!
やめろ、伊藤。
うるせえって言ってるだろ。邪魔したらお前も殺すからな。
And suddenly, her body started to spasm. Her eyes rolled up into the back of her head and her body went limp.
死んだ。
Ito let go, and she fell to the floor like a puppet with its strings cut. I'm at this point, I'm worried about Miyashiro's state of mind if this is the sort of shit he's imagining. Like, the other things are kind of like, I can see where your mind would go there. Not the eye drops thing, that was also fucked up. But like this? Really? It's just a sandwich, dude!
死んだ。尾上が死んだ。どうだ。ハムサンドの恨みだ。ざまみろ。
I mean... Alright.
食い物の恨みは恐ろしい。
あ、宮代なんか言ったか？
Oh, that was actually pretty funny.
いや
Ito cocked his head at me a little as he ate his ham sandwich.
それハムサンド
やらないからな。
いやいい争いの種は作りたくない
あ
As for Serika, she was pestering Kazuki as she played her game.
教えてよ、
Oh my
花
god,
ちゃん。誰とチャット
that's
してた
really
の？
funny.
ねえねえ。
How dare you get me a tuna sandwich instead of a ham sandwich? I will murder you! She was certainly relaxed. But in the real world, danger could strike at any minute. Me, Serika, and Ito could die at any time, for any reason. Jelly. Why was I thinking about something so gloomy while the sun was still out? Was I tired?
なあ、尾上。
Ito said to Serika. For some reason, that was enough to startle me.
副部長は
I'm a bit too busy thinking about Ito murdering people over sandwiches. Serika froze. Oh, Kazuki. Okay, the video footage taken from outside. This one. Huh? Long distance shot of Super Seeker is this one. The close-up footage is this one. Long range, this one. That's this one. Yeah. Yeah, she is definitely the Presh of this game, for sure. Kazuki is the precious. Very true.
どうしても君に会いたかったん
Oh
だ。
god damn it. Oh god damn it.
だからって学校にまで押しかけてくるなんて、もし私たちの関係がバレたりしたら。
俺は構わない。
あなたは構わなくても私は困るの。
I'm gonna be honest, not many of these delusions involve Shinjo, so this is gonna be somewhat entertaining at least. It felt like they were about to start a fight. What kind of relationship did they have? Was I imagining it, or was there something immoral about their relationship?
そうか。それはすまなかった。だがこれだけは分かってくれ。俺は君を一生守っていくつもりだ。
私まだ子供なのに。
関係ない。
Oh my lord, stop.
これは
Stop it. Stop it. Serika seemed confused, but I was sure about what was going on. Those two were...
ね
My lord. Oh my
え、
lord,
私のこ
stop.
と愛してる？
ああ、愛している。世界中の誰よりも。
Christ. I knew it. Oh no. It felt like I'd seen something I really shouldn't have.
本気？
本気だ。
私みたいな女に入れ込んだら、あなたの人生むちゃくちゃになるかもしれないのに。
関係ない。そう言っただろ。
バカ。
Oh,
本当にバカよ。
stop it.
あなたと距離を取ろうとしてるのに、あなたはどこまでも追いかけてくる。私、あなたのことを不幸にしたくない。
Arimura covered her hand with her face. What? I think those are supposed to be reversed. It looked like she was crying. The air felt heavy. It was like a scene from a movie.
俺は不幸になんてならない。君を守ることが俺にとって一番の幸せだからだ。
The detective held her gently.
こんな目立つ場所でなんて大胆な。
The idea of Shinjo behaving like this, of all people, is out of control. Two of them gazed at one another. Arimura softly closed her eyes as the tears kept falling. Their lips drew ever closer. Stop. Cease this behavior.
そんな事態になったらさっさと手を引こう。
I will say, I think out of all the science adventure games I've played so far, I think this one is probably the most filled with like typos and whatnot. Like it gets to a point, because normally when I was playing Chaos Head and Robotics Notes, whenever a typo happened, I would like joke about it. If I do that with this one, I would never stop because there's just too many. So I've gotten to a point where I've just had to like correct them in my head and just move on. Because normally I find them very funny, but at a certain point it's like, all right, I'm gonna be here for the rest of my life if I don't just move on.
ゴシップなんか追うもんか。僕にもプライドっていうものがある。
Normally I wouldn't want to even watch something like this.
ゴシップって何？
I don't know, man. You're the one who thought it up. She didn't even know that? How could you be part of the newspaper club if you didn't know that?
人のプライベートをセンセーションに暴き立てることだよ。
そういうのはダメなんだ。
ゴシップ誌は世の中にたくさんある。でも僕は好きじゃないっていうだけ。
オッケー。
Serica nodded and gave me a thumbs up.
私もゴシップみたいなことはしないようにする。
I think Steins Gate had a couple, but it was definitely like very sparse. I think Steins Gate had a couple. I think Robotics Notes had more. Robotics Notes, like across both of them, had a couple more. But this one for sure, it's like riddled with them. Well, whatever. Arimura was ignoring me and talking with the detective, a serious look on her face. And then more plot. This chick, I swear. Didn't figure it out. I don't remember it, but I believe that. I'm sure there's been a couple in this one where I was just like, what are they trying to say? What are they trying to say? Although I will say I think the most egregious one isn't a typo in this. There's a part where there's text on the screen and it's like all over the screen. And a lot of it just runs off the side and you can't even read it. And it's so like, I'm sitting there trying to read it and I'm just like, what? How do you miss that? You miss that? Like typos are one thing, but like, you're having text run off the side where you can't even read it. Come on now. I don't want to do a negative one with Kazuki. No. Oh no, I remember this one. We're good. They just invaded the school and killed us all. It's fine. Right now, I'm like running through my head. I'm trying to think of all the Gigalomaniacs we've seen and confirmed. so much, or so far. The only one we don't know what their power is Furusu. We know she has a sword. We know... So... Oh yeah, it sucks. Yeah, in the first ending, she's the one who first figures out that Serika's off, and she goes to confront her, and they have a D-sword fight, but we don't know what her power is. Right? Everybody's got like the unique power. But she's the only one we don't know what it is. I think. Yeah, because even Yui, I don't think she has a... She never, like, figured out her D-sword, but we know that she has, like, a psychic link with her brother or something like that. Hers is more vague, because they still weren't 100% sure that she even was one. Yeah. Yeah, I hope it's super cool. Oh, this place. I still can't believe he was a gigalomaniac too. Like like the first time he showed up, I was like, hey, there he is. The first time he showed up, I thought like, I don't trust this guy, but I didn't really think that much of it. And then all of a sudden it's like, oh yeah, he's like one of the most powerful guys. It's like, oh, okay. That's crazy. Yeah, it looked really lame, like up close. There was a later picture of it, and it looked a little cooler because of those like 4 prongs like closed up and became 1 prong, and that looked kind of cool. So I guess it was like supposed to be like a claw. But yeah, it was pretty lame. Yeah. Yeah, I didn't like it. Where's this one going? No way. Did Kazuki grin? That was something you almost never saw.
それでどこへ行くんだ?
I faintly hoped that something incredible was about to happen. She took me up to the roof of the school. Yeah, the positive one of this is she turns out to be like a princess from space, and then Star Wars happens. I mean, Spark Wars happens. What was she going to do here?
Eh?
What the fuck? Kazuki laughed? Wait, what was with that laugh?
どうしたんだ、カズキ?
Oh my lord. Her voice sounded like the filters they used to disguise someone's voice when they were on TV. We? Kazuki was the only one here. Of course, it would be rude to point that out. I tried to figure out what the most likely explanation was for Kazuki's sudden change. Were they doing a play? Maybe it was practice for a play. What if her class was doing a play with aliens in it? And so she'd come to me for help practicing because I was in her club. Maybe I should play along then.
UFO だって。
Wait, did she just call it a UFO? How did that work? UFO means unidentified flying object. It was her own ship, but she hadn't bothered to identify it? That's a really good point.
Alien abduction のこと?
Kazuki tilted her head a little and walked up to me, expressionlessly. Well, the next thing I knew, Kazuki's finger had transformed into a sharp blade, which she rammed into my chest. It was unreal, like something from a comic book. But the pain that flooded my body via my nervous system told me that this was, in fact, really happening. I tried to run, but it was too late. Oh, that's an upsetting sound. For some reason, the pain was gone. It actually felt sort of good. I started to pass out. I looked down at my hand and saw that my veins had turned black and purple and were poking out of my skin. Same thing. Oh no. Stop that. Stop that! No! Stop it! What was this sensation? It felt so good. I can't with this. It was like falling asleep inside a warm futon when you were very tired. My whole body felt tired, but it was a good tired. I closed my eyes, hoping that this feeling would last forever. Little by little, I stopped being able to feel my body. And at the same time, I felt free, as if I was floating through the sky. And then I passed out. Oh, that was wonderful. Did a part of me think that Kazuki was an alien? Apparently, yeah. That surprised me. That surprised even me. Come to think of it, why were there lots of reports of alien abduction in America and almost none in Japan? Was it some kind of cultural difference? Maybe aliens played the same role in American culture that traditional Japanese monsters and ghosts like yokai played in ours? I felt like I could give a lecture to someone about this. As I considered this, I arrived at the courtyard. This one. Oh my lord. Eyes down. Eyes down. Respect. Fair enough. I still have that sound he made in my head.
Yeah.
God damn you, cool cat. Yeah, that'd be great. I think that last one was probably my favorite of the negative delusions, just because it was so satisfying. There was something weirdly satisfying about seeing him get called out for all the cool cat bullshit. He was having the time of his life. It's true. Very true. Oh my lord. It's... What is... Ito! What the hell is happening? What the fuck is happening? The only sound in the dark room was their panting. It was enough to drive me crazy listening to it. And then... as I pretended to sleep, I felt someone's warm hand on my crotch. What the actual fuck is going on? I almost jumped up and screamed, but there was a hand across my mouth. Ito? Who was it? Was it Kazuki? Or Serika? Serika was the one who'd been trying to touch Kazuki a moment ago. So was it Serika? Was she touching my crotch? Was that the kind of person she was? No, no way. But I was a high school kid now. I couldn't stay a child forever. But could she really be so bold? Ito found out about this, there'd be trouble. I wanted to say something, but I couldn't. I didn't resist. I just closed my eyes and let time pass. Oh my god, stop. What the fuck is happening? Hands were still at my mouth and crotch. What hellscape? What nightmare have I entered? Should I accept her bold invitation? But this was... I heard panting in my ear. It must be Serika getting excited. That name tag begs to differ. Serika was getting excited? Oh my lord. The horror stinger sound effect. So good. Alright, I'm gonna be honest, that was perfectly paced. That was incredible. The nightmare was so horrible that I woke up screaming. That was so funny.
なんだどうした？
いや
I came to my senses and looked around. I realized that everyone else must have fallen asleep. They were all rubbing their eyes as if they were sleepy. But was that really the case? Was I really dreaming about someone rubbing my crotch? Is it possible that Ito is just pretending to be asleep? Oh my god, stop. The evil music. The music. Oh my lord. Imagining that made me shiver. I had to stop thinking about it. I had to pretend it never happened. It never happened! You don't have to pretend! It didn't. It literally didn't happen. You're good.
ていうか、そろそろ0時じゃね？
Oh my god. This is the shit I live for. This ridiculous bullshit. Alright, time for all the fun and games to come to an end. No. Why you gotta be that way? Pregnant Man 2 Electric Boogaloo. No, I was just referring to the upsetting barfing of sumo stickers. Aye, aye, Captain. See you in a bit. I think we still got a ways to go, so probably won't miss anything. Special powers. Fair enough. Aye, crewmate. Maybe Kurusu was feeling worried too. I was already a witness to one death. Now today I'd seen another. They were all part of the same series of murders, then the killer hadn't been caught yet. So maybe I was in a pretty dangerous position. I was trying to find the killer, just like the police. It was possible that I'd gotten in too deep, and now the killer would come after me. And wait a minute. Kurusu was the vice president of the newspaper club and my sister, so maybe she was in danger too. It wasn't that long ago that she'd been stabbed. They'd arrested the guy who'd attacked her, but I'd heard that he was practically insane. What if the real killer had sent him to stab Kurusu? What if the person who found my phone saw Kurusu's photos and phone number and now was after her?
そんなの考えすぎだ。
I tried to tell myself that as I went inside the house. But when I knocked on Kurusu's door, there was no answer. I thought she just might be asleep and tried to open the door, but it was locked from the inside. I had seen the lights on from the outside, so maybe she was sleeping with them on. I didn't see Dad, Yui, or Yuto anywhere. The house was always so lively, but now it seemed eerily quiet. Why wasn't there anyone here? Where had they gone? Did they go to get food and leave Kurusu here? But I looked at the time, and normally this would have been when Dad was closing up the hospital. The front door, that is, the door to the clinic itself, was still unlocked. All the lights were still on.
まさかな
I suddenly had a horrible thought, and I started thinking of even worse things. I decided to try calling Kurusu's cell phone from the line in the house. I heard the sound of a ringtone. It was coming from Kurusu's room. She was asleep after all. Why would she call me here and then go to sleep? What the heck was she thinking?
おいクルスなあ起きろよ開けてくれよクルス起きろおいって
That was strange. I was pounding on the door and there was no response from the inside. I had a bad premonition. There was no way. It wasn't possible, right? I tried to tell myself that everything was fine, but it wasn't working. I decided to kick down her door. I ran inside the room and gasped at what I saw. The whole room was covered in red, 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 red. The walls, the bed, the carpets, the desk, the stuffed animals. The whole room was covered in bright red blood everywhere you looked. The smell of blood was strong enough that I almost threw up, and I couldn't bring myself to take another step. Whose blood was this? There was no sign of Kurusu in the room. She was gone. Not only were Dad, Yui, and Yuto missing, but so was Kurusu. She disappeared, leaving behind all this blood. Leaving behind her smartphone. She disappeared without a trace. The door was locked from the inside. The windows were even locked. The words missing persons case flashed through my mind. But I knew it was much worse than that. I fell to my knees and clasped my hands and my head in my hands. I knew that Dad, Yui, Yuto, and Kurusu too were never coming back. Well, that one wasn't funny at all. That was just a daydream, but I couldn't say for sure that it wouldn't happen. The position I was in was just that dangerous. Invasive delusions. I'm gonna save real quick, just because I don't trust myself enough to not mess something up. This. I'm just gonna keep the occasional save, although I guess it auto saves. God. Oh, I'm about to get that very pleasant sound in my ears, aren't I?
I hate it.
Okay, I think this is the one where I gotta pick the positive one, right? If I'm understanding this correctly. I'm not making dumb mistakes. Horrible wind. This is the awkward part where I have nothing to say. Just, don't mind me, just fidget spinning. I don't know. Apparently this is called stimming. I didn't know that for the longest time. That's crazy. Alright, please don't crash my game, Sumo Stickers. I deeply request that you do not crash my game this time. Alright, we're good. We made it through the The sumo sticker blockade. This music is sick too. Pretty damn good. Don't make case. Predict the future. Put people in trances. Read clients' minds. Nikonia streamer that was able to become famous. Became a popular vocalist. Pyrokinesis. I think I'm still on do the negatives, right? Yeah. Oh, there is no negative here. Well. Shit. Simulations didn't prepare me for this! What do I do? I just don't do anything, I guess? I don't know. There's no... No, now wasn't a good time. Sure. I still wasn't used to it, and I was already exhausted. The idea of trying to focus even more didn't appeal to me.
今日はダメだ。また今度にしよう。
I leaned back on the bench and swallowed my mountain view.
なんだよ、ケチだな。
ケチとかそういう問題じゃないんだって。
But it did seem like I'd need to test the limits of my power, like Ito had said. I tossed the bottle of Mountain View into the garbage just like Ito had done a moment ago. Of course, it didn't even come close. It fell on the floor and started to roll. Also, autopsy. I should still be good, right? Still on the path. Damn. That squishy sound used to be so adorable, and now it is like the harbinger of the horrible trauma. Remember I watched that back, I was like, the frog thing! I was so intense. The frog thing! Are we still in chapter 7? I think we're still in chapter 7, right? Just making sure. Oh. For all I know, I could have missed the title card. That face is so great. I see. Welcome back. I see you have grown much in your journey. What is this? Okay. Information wants to. Truly a perilous one. Three dogs. What was the one I said? Talked this before. Senri Minamisawa. Let's see, gotta be careful. She was a pyrokinetic. It was a different power than the pyrokinesis that was used on my Cafe Lax. She showed me a delusion of being alone. Nono said, oh god. She didn't believe Senri was the killer. Right? Yeah. What Arimura said was a lie was that she saw Senri Minamisawa die in the earthquake. No, you didn't miss much. I think there was one delusion where his family died. That was about it. It wasn't particularly funny. It was just a sad one. Tried to attack Yui. I still think Kazuki's sword is my favorite so far, but Uki's is a close second. Yeah, he wasn't in it, but he was implied to be missing along with everybody else, and it was a bad time. My day's been alright. I'm still dealing with... I got in a fight with a trash can yesterday. But other than that, I've been pretty good. By which I mean I fell face first into a trash can. It was not a good time. How's your day been? I'm sure it looked very comedic on the from the outside. From the inside, it was not a fun time. That's good. Yeah. Did you have a good time on holiday? Fair enough. Yeah. Oh, stop! I don't want to see this part again. Stop it. I was really hoping that it wouldn't involve this, but I guess this ending involves this part. My favorite. That's why I didn't notice the tiny girl behind me standing there and shaking. If I had, I might have been able to stop her. But... oh. Tiny little girl tried to run between me and Ito, splashing blood everywhere as she ran through the puddles on the ground. But yeah, Ito was mind-controlled into slicing Yui into pieces. And he is currently being mind-controlled by, as of this point they don't know, but it's your favorite guy, Mr. Dadman. And so, yeah. It's truly the worst thing. She was holding a sword that was far too big for her. The girl, Uki Yamazoe, tried to use the D-sword to slice Ito in half. I didn't know whether she'd lost control of herself after seeing Yui or if she was trying to protect me. But I still believed in my best friend. Ito wouldn't betray me. He wouldn't do this. This had to be some kind of mistake. So... yeah. Very rude interruption. Oh. Oh, shit. Something with a metallic taste rose up my throat, which was still burning from the stomach acid when I'd thrown up a moment ago. The metallic taste filled my mouth, and when I tried to spit it out, I sprayed a shower of red vomit everywhere. I thought I could hear Yamazoe screaming, but her voice seemed far away, as if my ears were plugged up. It was like it was echoing from another dimension. Then I realized I was lying face down in a pool of my own blood. Oh no. Man, it hurts. There's so much blood in my mouth, I can't breathe. This one. I tried to get up and breathe, but my body wasn't working. Yeah, same. Oh, jeez, I dropped the controller. No, 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 no. Switch back. Everything started to fade away, and then for a moment it all came back. I could see Kurusu and Serika holding me. Yamazoe was clinging to me too, and crying like a little girl. I'm truly wondering where this is going. I was terrified of dying, to be honest, but at least I wouldn't die a sad, lonely death. There were people crying for me. I had always felt sorry for myself, and I never realized how blessed I was. And then everything went black, and the moment approached for me to cross the boundary between life and death. Okay.
おーい、タク？ねえってば。こんなところで寝ると風邪ひくわよ。タクルに起きなよ。
The first thing I saw when I opened my eyes were the grain of the wooden table and my drool spilling out all over it. I raised my head and looked around. The shortest ending ever. Everyone was looking at me as I sat spaced out in a chair on the dining room table.
Yui!
Why do I feel like this whole ending is just gonna be like one big long, like, sequence of what he sees right before he dies? Like his, just like a big long hallucination right before he dies. I leapt up, grabbed Yui by her tiny shoulders, and shook her. Of course, I could touch her body, and it was warm. She wasn't a ghost.
ユイ、お前なんで生きてんだ。
ああ、やめてタクルに。ちょっとタク？よしなさいってば。一体どうしたの？
どうしたって、ユイが殺されたんだ。
はあ？私生きてるよ。ほら。
でも伊藤がナイフで。
え？犯人俺かよ。
Ito glared at me, clearly annoyed.
勘弁してくれ。いくら寝ぼけてるったって悪趣味だぞお前。
寝ぼけって。
I let go of Yui's shoulders and took another look at my little sister. Oh, it's Uki's power. Her thing, I forgot. Her thing is she like manifests other people's wishes, but she can't manifest her own delusions. She can only manifest the delusions of other people. So I guess maybe she like made a reality where she didn't get killed. I don't know. That seems like it could be like a reality on top of actual reality. I don't know. I let go of Yui's shoulders and took another look at my little sister. There were no cuts on her pure white skin, and there was no blood on her clothes.
もしかして夢？
That's about what I'm at, 50-50.
当たり前だろ。
どうして私が殺されなくちゃいけないの？
It was so real, though. I could even smell the blood and guts. I could still remember the pain of being cut by the D-sword. I closed my eyes tight and ran my fingers along my temples. And then I opened my eyes again, slowly. Everything was fine. That nightmare was nowhere to be seen. I leaned back into the chair.
そうだよな。伊藤がユイを殺す理由なんて。
For a moment, the name Senri Minamisawa flashed through my mind, but I quickly shook my head to drive it away. The idea that Ito knew Senri and was just after revenge was just a delusion. There was no reason to think it was real.
びっくりだよ。みんな緊張して時間が過ぎるのを待ってたのに。宮代先輩だけ居眠りしてるんだから。
そっか。悪かったな。
いろんなことがあったから疲れてるのよ。変な夢もそのせいだと思うわ。お父さんに見てもらう？
It's the last thing I want. I'm so on edge right now.
いや、いい。もう大丈夫。
Just waiting for things to fall apart any second. I realized that there was a thick sheen of sweat on my forehead and wiped it away with my sleeve.
それより今何時だ？事件は？
Ito shrugged and shook his head.
午前0時なんてとうに過ぎたよ。何も起きてない。
何も？
I looked at the clock and saw that it was a new day.
ああ、これで間違いない。事件は全て終わったんだ。
タクル？
でも新庄さんからの電話だと。
That's right, there'd been a murder on the 23rd, too. Which meant that the return of the new generation madness was still continuing.
新庄さんの電話って？
何のことだ？
Everyone seemed surprised. I took the smartphone out of my pocket, and I checked the call history. It was gone. Shinjo had never called.
あの電話も夢だったのか。
I sighed again and sat back in the chair. All the strength drained from my body. I see. So the return of the new generation of madness really was over.
ねえタク、本当に平気？
Not
やっぱ
buying
り見
this.
てもらった方が。
だから大丈夫だって。クルスが言った通り疲れてるだけだからって。顔が近い。
I could tell she was worried, but Serica's face was just too close to me. I pushed it away. And then I realized
山添は
I couldn't see her anywhere. Oh no. I remembered how her face had been twisted with despair when she'd attacked Ito in my dream. Even if I knew it wasn't real, I was still worried. If she's not here, okay, if it turns into like he can't find her, I think she like is back in real reality and she's making this reality. That's my current
ウキちゃん？
guess.
ウキちゃんなら今佐久間先生に呼ばれてお手伝いを。
Never mind.
宮代
Nope, she's right there.
何か。
She must have just finished, because she peeked through the door at exactly that moment. She was tiny and frail, but a lot more cheerful than she'd been before. There was nothing particularly out of the ordinary about her. I was relieved.
ああ、いや、別に。
そうですか。皆さん何か飲み物はいかがですか？あ、私グレープフルーツジュースがいいな。
俺はコーヒー。
オレンジジュース。宮代さんはいつものでいいですか？マウンテン何でしたっけ？ちょっとダメよみんな。ウキちゃんはメイドじゃないんだから。我が家はセルフサービスです。いえ、いいんです。私がやりたいんですから。
Yamazoe went around and asked everyone what they wanted, then went to the kitchen. There was nothing different about her at all. Before long, I could hear the tea kettle bubbling cheerfully in the kitchen. I truly think so. I can't remember what Kaito's thing was. I can't remember what Kaito's drink was, but yeah, you got Dr. Pepper, you got Mountain View, and then whatever his thing was. In the end, nothing happened on October 28th. The return of the new generation of madness had ended with the death of the woman responsible. She'd realized that she couldn't escape the police and set herself on fire. That's what everyone, from the TV media to the internet, was saying.
けどそれって事実なのか?
I do not buy this. I do not buy this at all. Something didn't seem right. This is the sort of thing that usually drove the people I despised most on the internet, the wrong-siders who pretended to be right-siders, into an uproar. I didn't mind the ones who made the aggregator pages filled with their own personal theories, but some of them would always try to connect everything to the most ridiculous conspiracy theories. And the worst were the ones who would post information about the killer, not just the killer herself, but her family and relatives too, and say all kinds of terrible, unfounded things about them.
でも
This time, that hadn't happened. No information was available at all except for what was in the police announcement, as if someone was censoring everything. And not only the students at the school and the people of Shibuya, but even the guys on @channel were already losing interest and starting to talk about other things. Even if there were a lot of things competing for people's attention these days. Oh, really? But everyone was already starting to talk about a new event. Shibuya Restoration Festival was coming soon.
ちょっとタクル？
あ
As I stared at the map, I suddenly heard a bone-chilling voice from behind me. Terrified, I turned around. Kurusu was standing there, eyebrows raised.
何を考えてるのかしら？
何ってその
まさか事件のことじゃないわよね。もう解決したんだから、あとは専門家に任せなさいって言ったはずだけど。
いや僕だってこの事件に関しては専門家。
これ以上首を突っ込むようなら分かってるわよね。
はい。
Her face was as terrifying as any creature from my worst nightmares. Well, I knew why she was so mad. She was really worried about me. And I knew that after what happened to her friend Senri Minamisawa, she was probably crying when she was alone.
けどもうちょっと優しく言ってくれたってな。
このくらい叱らないと言うこと聞かないでしょ、あなたは。
How could you tell what I was thinking? Was she a psychic too?
何度も言わせないで。タクルの考えてることなんてお見通し。顔にすぐ出るもの。
あ、そうですか。
とにかくそのマップ処分させてもらうわ。邪魔で仕方ないし。
Kurusu put a hand up to the map on the board to rip it off.
お手伝いします。
Why are you here? Uki had been standing in the corner of the room, staring in wonder at everything she saw. She quickly dashed over to Kurusu.
助かるわ、ウキちゃん。そっち側持っててくれる？はい。
I ripped down the map I'd spent so many hours on and folded it up neatly.
あ
That's true.
何？
あ、いやその
文句があるなら正当な理由を納得できるように述べて。
いえなんでもないです、すみません。
Okay, but really, why is Uki here? Are they gonna explain why she's...
相変わらず弱いね。
Why is she here?
情けないね。ヘタレだね。本当です。がっかりです。幻滅です。
Arimura was occupying a corner of the big table as she read a brainless fashion magazine, and Kazuki was at her computer playing ESO2 like always.
僕が弱いんじゃないからな。クルスが強すぎるんだからな。
I mean, that's also true.
タクルってば、よっぽど私に怒られるのが好きなのね。
そんなことないです、すみません。
I shrank back and averted my eyes from the Empress. As for why Arimura and Yamazoe were here, they'd both joined the newspaper club as of today. Okay. Yamazoe wasn't a student at Hekiho until now, but after the case was solved, she'd been allowed to enroll at the Academy's middle school.
おお
Okay. At least they addressed it. Ito came into the school and walked over to me, eyes shining. Yeah, Arimura was a student, and then Yuki apparently is now a student of the middle school. He motioned for me to lean in, I agree.
なんだよ。
Very convenient.
部室の中の女子率が超高え。つうか宮代が邪魔。
邪魔で悪かったな。
なんか部屋全体がすげえいい匂いするし、新聞部とは思えね
Stop.
全国の新聞部の皆さんに謝れ。
え。俺にもついに彼女とかできそうな気がするよ。
間違いなく気のせいだぞそれ。
なになに？こそこそ何の話してるの？
Sarika put down her magazine and looked at us.
ああ、次の新聞は何をトップ記事にしようかって相談だ。
ダウト。伊藤先輩は嘘をついています。
Busted.
え、そんなことないぞ。なあ宮代。
Can't lie to her.
無駄だ。
Can't lie to her.
ひなちゃんに嘘ついてもバレバレだよ。
うわ、俺って学習能力ねえ。
先輩たちってばひどい。私をネタにしてやらしい話をしてたんですね。
それはしてない。
またまた嘘ついてます。やっぱり私を使ってあんな想像やこんな妄想を。
Arimura covered her chest and thighs with her hands.
ちょっとタクル、伊藤くん。
だから違うって。
I quickly ran over to Arimura.
お前誤解を招くようなこと言うな。クルスが本気で切れたら何されるかわからないだろう。
思いっきり聞こえてるわよ。
See? Look how she's glaring at me. I scowled at Arimura, and she giggled.
前から思ってたんですけど、宮代先輩とクルス先輩ってなんか。
That's a good point.
夫婦みたいですね。はあ？
Both Kurusu and I turned to her in shock.
恐ろしい妻のご機嫌を気にしていつもビクビクしてるダメな夫って感じで。
Wow.
誰が恐ろしい妻なの？
妙なこと口走るのやめろ。恐ろしいの部分は同意するが。
She punched me. She punched me right in the stomach.
痛そう。
Kazuki pointed up to the screen as I writhed on the ground, holding my stomach.
お前までなんだい。
Dude, Kazuki is the best. That's incredible. And then I heard a tiny laugh. Oh, that's so funny. I looked around in surprise. She was laughing. She wasn't very loud, but Uki was laughing happily. Everyone looked at her in surprise.
すみません。
Yamazoe realized that everyone was looking at her, and her face suddenly turned bright red.
ほら、もっと笑って笑って。
Yeah. No, I see what you're saying.
ウキちゃん、いつもそうやって笑顔でいるといいわ。かわいい。
Maybe she'd never heard that before. She didn't seem to know what to do. I mean, to be fair, if everyone if I had 3 people coming around me and being like, "Hey, laugh more," I would probably also be very uncomfortable. She grabbed the garbage can, which wasn't particularly full, and ran out into the hallway. Everyone smiled as we watched her go.
あれは卑怯だ。不良少年がちょっといいことするとすげえいい人に見えるのと同じだ。騙されちゃいけないですよ、先輩。
いや、山沿いは騙そうと思ってるわけじゃないからな。
このままだと新聞部のアイドルの座が危ない。
Yeah, true.
新聞部のアイドルは私だよ。簡単にこの座は明け渡さないから。
Oh my lord.
ほほー、いいでしょう。勝負ですセリ。望むところだ。
いや、お前らさ。
My head started to hurt. Yamazoe was one thing, but maybe letting Arimura join had been a mistake. The case finished, the newspaper club was finally about to get back to work again. But at this rate, we wouldn't be able to get through a planning meeting.
やっぱり何にも決まらなかった。
An hour later, it was time to go home, and Wakui, the club advisor, kicked us out. We decided to pick the topic for our next paper at a later meeting, and everyone headed home.
だからね、何度も言ってるけど、渋谷復興祭の裏側を取材して そのレポートをすればいいじゃない。
It's always so weird going from like one ending to a different ending and being like, yeah, we just have to pretend that Wakui isn't a raving psychopath right now. Like, he's not a secret organization assassin. We just have to like pretend. It's like, no, yeah, oh yeah, Wakui, club advisor, obviously.
私もそれがいいと思うな。楽しそうだし。
Definitely didn't cut Kurusu's head off twice.
意義なし。ミスコンとかもあるらしいぜ。ぜひ裏側を取材させてほしいものですな。
Yeah. Like, oh yeah, Dad, he's such a nice, pleasant doctor, right? Such a kindly old man.
やっぱり伊藤先輩ってそういう人なんですね。金輪際、私に近づかないでくださいね。
君は冗談も通じんのか？
だから嘘をついてもわかります。冗談で言ってないですよね。
Ito and Arimura were about to get going again, so I interrupted.
復興祭のレポートとかそんなのどこでもやるだろう。僕はやっぱりニュージェネの狂気の再来事件の検証をちゃんとすべきだと思う。なんか気になるんだよ。もちろんその南沢千里さんのこととかはうまくぼかして隠し。
I made my suggestion, trying to be as delicate toward Kurusu as possible, but
しつこいなお前も。あれはもういいって。それこそあっちこっちのサイトでやってるだろ。
私もそう思いますよ。というかぶっちゃけ思い出したくないですし。
even Ito, who was so excited during the case, and Arimura, who was a part of it, were opposed. We had the same discussion during a meeting at school and gotten nowhere.
和樹はどうだ？僕の意見をどう思う？
Prediction. Nailed it. Did you say something? She seemed to say. That wasn't going to work. It was possible she hadn't even heard what we were talking about.
じゃあ山添は？
I turned around toward Yamazoe, who was all the way in the back. She seemed surprised, as if she hadn't expected anyone to ask her opinion. Her eyes darted from left to right.
私は別に皆さんの決めたものでいいです。
それが決まらないから聞いてるんだけどな。
すみません。
She probably thought I was mad at her because she shrank back a little.
ダメだよタク。ウキちゃんをいじめちゃ。
いじめてないって。彼女だってもう新聞部員なんだ。意見があるならちゃんと尊重したいだろ。なあ。
Yamazoe only shrank back even further and started to mumble.
いえ、私は特に意見とかないので。すみません。
いや、別に謝らなくてもいいけどさ。
I could see the corners of her eyes were getting wet, so I quickly waved my hands in apology. At this rate, it really would feel like I was bullying her. In the end, I couldn't think of anything else to say, so I fell silent.
それじゃあ、タク、のんちゃん、ウキちゃん、また明日ね。皆さん、お疲れ様でした。
Yeah, she just seems so out of place.
お疲れ様。
じゃあな。
Me, Kurusu, and Yamazoe said goodbye to the other four before we headed back to Aoba dorm. We watched and waved for a moment as they went, and then started to walk once more. No one said anything for a while. The only sound on the quiet residential street was our footsteps.
ねえ、タクル。
It was Kurusu who broke the silence.
どう？元気？いろいろあったけど、もう元気になったかなって。ほら、タクルって結構一人で抱え込んじゃうから。
Kurusu glanced at me and then looked away as she spoke.
いろいろか。
She probably wasn't just talking about the return of the new generation madness. She was probably talking about everything that had happened to us since the Shibuya earthquake. I thought back to all that had happened. Come to think of it, I'd caused a lot of problems for Kurusu, and a lot of worry too.
見ればわかるだろ。もう大丈夫、すっかり元気だよ。そろそろトレーラーハウスに戻れると思うし。
戻る気なの？
She was staring at me in surprise. Evidently, she hadn't expected that. She must have thought I was planning on staying at Aoba Dorm forever.
いつまでも居候してるのは良くない。
そんな、もともとタクルの家なんだから、いいとか悪いとかないでしょう。
いや、僕にとってもさ、良くない気がする。このままだと甘えっぱなしになりそうだから。
いいのに、甘えても。
She seemed a little sad as she spoke.
聞いたか山添。お前、証人になってくれ。今度クルスに怒られそうになったら、甘えていいって言ったろって反論するから。
はい、わかりました。ダメよダメ。それとこれとは話が別。
Kurusu turned toward Yamazoe and held up her hand, palm outwards, in a stop sign.
わかりました。
おいおい、お前はどっちの味方だよ。
それは、すみません。
Yamazoe seemed genuinely sad. Evidently, jokes weren't something she understood. I scratched at my cheek, unsure of what to say. Kurusu rubbed her cheek with her fingers 2 or 3 times in the exact same way, then slowed her pace until she was next to Yamazoe.
ねえ、ウキちゃん。
She forced herself to speak as cheerfully as possible.
はい。今度の日曜、ショッピングに行かない？ショッピング？ウキちゃんの部屋、ほとんど何もないでしょ？それに、お洋服だってあんまり持ってないみたいだし。
Then I remembered. Yamazoe had moved in so quickly that we didn't have a room for her, so we'd cleaned out the storeroom instead. When I'd last looked in there, her room was basically empty. If it was still that way, it must be pretty bare.
でも、別に困っていないので。ダメ。お部屋を明るくすれば気持ちだって明るくなるわ。それに女の子なんだから少しはおしゃれもしなくちゃ。タクルもそう思うでしょ？
え？なあ、もちろんじゃないか。おしゃれはリア充生活のための第一歩だしな。
ほらね、タクルも付き合ってくれるって。だから行きましょう。
は？
What did the Empress just say?
あれもこれも買わなきゃいけないんだもの。女の子2人じゃ持ちきれないわ。
You've been recruited.
要するに荷物持ちだろ。
違うわ。可愛い女の子2人とデートさせてあげるって言ってるの。
Wait, don't you think it's a little embarrassing to say that about yourself? Or so I thought when...
そこで黙り込まないでくれる？言っちゃって自分で後悔してるんだから。
Kurusu went red up to her ears. Meanwhile, Yamazoe was frantically looking between us, as if she wasn't sure what to do.
とにかく今度の日曜は開けといてね。でも私なんかのためにそんなご迷惑を。ちょっとウキちゃん。私なんかとか言っちゃダメ。あと変な遠慮もやめること。私たちはね、もう友達。家族なんだから。タクルにも言ったけど、甘えるときは素直に甘えてほしいの。家族？そう、家族よ、ウキちゃん。
Uki didn't seem to know how to respond. It was like she was surprised, hesitant, smiling, and crying all at once. She looked at us, her expression blending all of those emotions.
ああ、それとね、タクルのことを宮代さんっていうのも そろそろやめにしましょう。タクルもよ。うちの家族はね、お互い名前で呼び合うのがルールだから。
Kurusu's voice was cheerful, but I felt an ache in my chest when I heard her, because I hadn't called her by her first name in half a year. Looking back, it was all over something stupid, but for some reason, I'd gotten stubborn about it, and now I couldn't go back. Even though I knew how sad she looked sometimes when I called her Kurusu.
いいんでしょうか、そんな失礼なこと。失礼じゃないわよ。遠慮はダメって言ったでしょ。はい。タクルも了解？
了解。山添じゃなくてウキな。
Yeah.
タクルさん。
We've all had something like that. Yamazoe, Uki, blushed as she spoke.
二人とも合格。じゃあタクル、日曜よろしくね。
そっちも了解。わかったよ。
There was nothing in life so boring as being forced to go shopping with a girl, but that was part of my male noblesse. I don't know how to pronounce that. Noblesse oblige? Noblesse oblige. You had to enjoy it the best you could. I have to Google that. Just saying. Let me go ahead and just give me one of those terms. Also, drop my controller again. That there. Like I've seen this term. I can't remember what it is or what it. Okay. Oblige. The inferred responsibility of privileged people to act with generosity and nobility toward those less privileged. Got it. So it's like his duty as a man or whatever. At least that's what Kenji Minamikado's column said in Cool Cat Press. Motherfucker. Every time.
楽しみだわ。
Kurusu tapped Uki lightly on the shoulder. Uki still didn't seem to know what to say, but at last she said thank you in a tiny voice. There's no escaping Cool Cat. Even in this weird parallel dimension. Again, I still think it's like some kind of alternate reality that she made. And yet, Cool Cat still exists. God damn it. And then she whispered the word again. I couldn't tell for sure, but she sounded very happy. After spending so much time in that basement, Shibuya on a busy Sunday must have been quite a shock to her. Because Uki gasped in amazement. Her eyes were quickly moving from one thing to another, as if everything was new and exciting.
Uki-chan, 迷子にならないようにね。はい。タクルちゃんも気をつけるのよ。
今すぐ帰ってもいいんだぞ、僕は。
ダメだよ、タク。今日は最後まで付き合ってもらうんだから。
The way she popped in out of nowhere was incredible.
尾上が言うな。っていうか、なんでお前までいるんだよ。
ひどいな。私がいちゃダメなの？今のはすっごく傷つくですよ。
Jesus, everybody.
最低です。セリに謝るべきです。
偉そうに意見してるとこ悪いが、お前のことも呼んでないからな。
What, is Ito here too? Arimura pouted. I didn't know where they'd found out about it, but when we got to the intersection in front of Shibuya Station, these two were waiting for us. They wanted to come shopping too, evidently. Anyway, Serika and Arimura had become really good friends. So I guess Ito is not here. I don't know. I guess teenage girls were good at that.
まあいいじゃない。みんないた方が楽しいわよ。
Kurusu laughed, but I had a terrible feeling.
いいか尾上有村、最初に断っておくぞ。僕が持つのは雨季の荷物だけだ。お前たちがどんなにアホなものを買おうと絶対に持たないからな。
Unfortunately, best girl Kazuki is missing, so.
アホなものなんて買わないよ。宮代先輩がいつまで経っても童貞野郎な理由が今分かっちゃいました。
おい有村、お前やっぱり帰れ。
童貞？
Oh god damn it. Son of a bitch.
雨季
No.
はそういうこと
No.
覚えなくていいからな。
ほらほら、ウキちゃんに妙なこと教えないの。時間なくなっちゃうから行くわよ。
Kurusu grabbed Uki's hand in a very natural way and started to walk around. Down in that basement, she'd probably offered her hand to a lot of people, but no one had ever offered a hand to her. Uki was staring at Kurusu's hand in shock. That's really sad and sweet, but sad. But instead of shaking it off, she matched Kurusu's pace and followed along. I went behind her, and behind me were Serika and Arimura chatting happily. 2 hours later.
ねえ先輩、この服なんてどうすか？ん？わあ、素敵！綺麗な色。それ、私が欲しいな。どう、ウキちゃん？いいと思います。そっか。ウキはこういうのは好きじゃないのか。そんなことは。私がいるんだから嘘ついても分かっちゃうよ。
The four of them were talking in front of the store. I sat down on a nearby bench, feeling a little exhausted. This was the 7th place we'd been to. We still hadn't bought anything. We'd gone from one shop to another, down a street filled with huge crowds. My head was starting to spin. Definitely.
これとこれ、どっちのスカートがいいと思う？
まあ、右だな、右。
The dynamics between the characters is 100% the best part of these games.
そう？でもこんなフリフリ、私に似合うかな？
ってそれお前の買い物かよ。雨季の服を探せよ。
もうそんな怒らなくてもいいのに。すみません、タクルさん。
Uki came out of the store just in time to see me get mad.
もう帰りましょう。私やっぱりお洋服とかいらないので。
I quickly stood up.
いや、そんなつもりで言ったんじゃ。
けど
今日は雨季の買い物に来たんだし。
The conversation cut off. Oh yeah, definitely. She shrank back and looked at the ground. Yeah, all the science adventure games I've played so far. The characters are really just the shining beacon. And the story is also pretty good. She was staring at her feet, a look of despair in her eyes. Blonde girl Arimura. I realized my mistake and scratched my head.
なあ、僕もあまり人のこと言えないけど。雨季はちょっと気にしすぎだと思う。この前クルスも言ってたけどさ、変な遠慮とかいらないから。己の10分の1くらいならわがまま言っても構わないし。
私の悪口ですか？聞こえてますけど。
That's fair. I have trouble with when it comes to certain games and certain series. I cannot for the life of me remember certain characters' names. But for some reason with these, I usually have a decent time remembering the names. I don't know what it is. Just depends on the game. Uki had just lifted her own head, so our eyes met for a moment. We quickly looked away from each other.
ということだから僕のことは構わなくていいよ。
She seemed to think for a minute. But after a while, her pale crimson lips began to softly move.
ありがとうございます。ごめんなさい。ほらほら二人とも次行くわよ。
Kurusu came over and grinned at me.
なんだよ。
タクルってば、たまには私にもそのくらい優しくしてくれてもいいのにな。
だからなんだよそれ。ね
えみんな、パルクはどうかしら。お洋服だけじゃなくて他にも揃えたいものあるし。
Yeah, I always like the casual outfits. Kurusu chuckled, then took Uki's hand and walked off in the direction of Parku.
うわー、かわいい。うん、いいですね。これで決まりじゃない？
We wandered around Parku for a while. Parku was a shop that sold natural fashion style clothes. After having Uki try on several different outfits, they finally found one they liked. Oh! Even I almost gasped when I saw her appear from inside the changing room. I love it. Uki fidgeted awkwardly as everyone complimented her. I wasn't used to getting compliments either, so I knew how she felt. But even I said,
見違えたよ。
the outfit looked that good on her.
ありがとうございます。じゃあこの服にします。
That's definitely the vibe I'm getting, is like, it's gonna be a really happy situation, and then all of a sudden it's like, by the way, you're still dying. Like,
せっかくだからタグ取ってもらってこのまま着ていかない？はい。ラクル、ウキちゃんの制服袋に入れてもらったから持っててね。
はいはい。
I sure hope I'm wrong. Like, what? I hung the shopping bag off my shoulder. Uki quickly tried to grab it off.
ダメです。悪いです。私が持ちます。任せちゃっていいのよ。今日はそのためについてきてもらったんだから。
Very true.
だってさ、女帝様の言うことは聞いといた方がいい。それにさっきも言ったろ、気使わなくていいって。
ねえウキちゃん、こっちに可愛いアクセあるよ。見てみない？
ほら呼んでる。行ってきなよ。
I gave Uki a little push on the back.
それじゃあ少しの間だけお願いします。
That really is adorable. Uki went over to the rest of the girls, but not before turning back to look at me several times. They all lined up and started to examine the jewelry. I couldn't help but smile a little as I watched them.
ありがとうタクル、助かるわ。
いや、まあその、なんだよ。僕もクルスに色々としてもらったしさ。リハビリの時とか、新聞部を作る時とか。
ほら、少しは恩に感じてくれてるんだ。
当たり前だろ。
Also, the song is great. Nice and
だったらもっとたくさん恩返ししてもらわなくっちゃね。
super duper happy forever. Nothing could ever go wrong. Paying you back? How? Kurusu's mischievous smile seemed a little scary.
ダメだよウキ。下着も可愛いの揃えないと。
Oh boy. Stop.
いえ、私は普通ので。
Cut the feed! Cut the feed!
それじゃあつまんないじゃん。向こうにランジェリーのお店あったよね。よし、私たちが選んであげよう。タク、のんちゃん、行くよ。ほら行きましょうタクル。
I died.
って待て待て待て、無理だからな。下着の店なんて入れるか。
Why does it have to be this way? I tried to resist as Kurusu dragged me by the arm.
そんなことないわよ。彼女と一緒に選んであげてる男の子結構いるんだから。
That's the point.
そうなのか。
タクルも早くそういう恋人ができるといいわね。
Oh my lord. Armor and Serica stopped to look at me and said, "Nope, not happening for a while. You've got that right." Oh, that's very mean.
お前らの
Hurtful? The two of them started to cackle. It was the truth, so I couldn't say anything back. Uki, however, just started blinking and bewildered. What?
恋人
Oh, stop! I heard her whisper the words mysteriously. I don't
と
like
り
where
あえ
this is
ずこ
going.
のくらいでいいかな。
Don't like where this is going.
おう。
Kurusu had ended up buying all kinds of things for Uki, from clothes to toiletries to even decorations for her room. So my arms were full of bags, and my joints were starting to ache. Kurusu, Serica, and Arimura all had their hands full too, but as befitted an empress, Kurusu didn't seem to be bothered at all. And half the bags that Serica and Arimura were carrying were things they bought for themselves, so instead of complaining, they were chattering happily. Since no one else was complaining, that meant I couldn't either. I'd look like a loser. Oh no.
ねえウキちゃん、他に欲しいものはない？いえ、もう大丈夫です。そう？それじゃあ帰りましょうか。
We all began to head for Elba Dorm as twilight approached. Uki was walking a half step behind as everyone else walked up front.
これで
はい
随分と女の子らしい部屋になるわ。
だといいな。
I already look like a loser. What's a little complaining? Kurusu laughed a little. I looked at her confused.
思い出したの。タクルが昏睡から目を覚ました時のこと。あれからもう5年になるのね。あの時もこうやってタクルの身の回りのものを買いに来たのよ。
そうなのか。
私とのんちゃんで買い物したんだからね。感謝するように。
I had no idea. I remembered being surprised at how much stuff was ready for me.
そっか。助かったよ、二人とも。
ねえ、そういえば覚えてるセリカ。最後の最後でちょっと喧嘩しちゃったこと。ああ、あれね。あの時はほんとショップの中で大激論したわ。タクルの下着はトランクスがいいかブリーフがいいかって。
そんなことで激論すんな。
I glared at them and my face turned red.
ちなみにのんちゃんはトランクス、私は黒のブリーフがいいと言って譲りませんでした。
Oh my lord.
なんで黒だよ。
結局じゃんけんで私が負けちゃったんだ。残念だな。
残念なのはお前の趣味だ。
タクは絶対にトランクスじゃないよ。ひなちゃんもそう思うでしょ。
Why does she get a say in
とい
this?
うか、そもそも宮代先輩が何を履いていようと、女の子の前でそれを晒すような色っぽい出来事なんて起こりそうにないわけで、関係ないのでは？ああ、確かにそうだね。
I feel like I've entered the madhouse. I've entered true insanity. I hated to admit it, but it was the truth, so I couldn't say anything back. As my shoulders shook with rage, and it was definitely rage, not exhaustion from the heavy bags, I saw Kurusu suddenly turn around.
あら？ウキちゃんは？
Oh. I'd been so focused on the conversation that I hadn't noticed. But when I turned around, she was gone. I looked around to see where she'd gone. I found her. I could see the top of her tiny head on the other side of the crowd. She'd stopped in front of a store and was looking through the window pane.
Uki?
I went back to see what it was she was looking at. It was a fairly large florist shop. Uki was staring in amazement at all the plants lined up in the window. We'd been to a lot of different places today, but this was the first one I'd seen her so interested in. Some of the plants were as tall as I was, with leaves growing out of a strong, thick trunk, and some of them were tiny, pretty flowers whose vases would fit in your hands. Yeah, I was thinking the same thing. I was like, oh, is this where the shoe drops? No. It felt like you could stare at all the different kinds for hours. Oh my god, I just noticed her backpack. Is that a Garo Froggy backpack? Oh, that's funny. I could hear her tiny voice saying, wow, as she looked at them. For a second, I was like, does that backpack have eyes? Yes. She mustn't have realized I was there because she looked up at me in shock. And then she realized that she'd been pressing her face up to a store window and blushed.
すみません、つい。謝ることなんてないわ。見てるだけで癒されるものね。私、あれかやしとか好きだな。私はパキラですか
I
ね、
was
やっ
thinking
ぱ
the
り。
same thing. I was wondering if I should say anything. It's like, they picked one without a window. The girls were smiling as they looked at the plants in the windowsill too. It is weird considering how often they mention the window. Like,
あ、そうだ。せっかくだし、ウキちゃんのお部屋に何か飾ろうか。あんまり大きいのは持って帰れないし、世話も大変だから小さいのになっちゃうけど。無理です。私、観葉植物のお世話したことありません。
そうなのか?
yeah. It is funny though. I was kind of surprised. She'd been so dedicated to taking care of the patients at the hospital that I was sure she'd have taken a good care of the plants there too.
住んでいた地下のお部屋はお日様が当たらなくてみんな枯れてしまうので。
あ、そうだよな。
Uki had lived in a dark basement with no sunlight at all. She'd lived there for years, and then finally she'd been abandoned. I suddenly remembered the despair in her eyes when she'd seen the empty basement. She must have remembered it too, because she suddenly cast her gaze downward. Kurusu forced herself to speak in a chipper voice.
それなら大丈夫。ウキちゃんのお部屋ね、実は物置なんかにしておくのはもったいなかったのよ。日当たりとかとってもいいんだから。
ほら、好きなの探してこいよ、ウキ。小さな鉢植えくらいならまだ持てるし。
Yeah, sad Uki is a bad time.
もしも一人で育てるのが難しそうなら、私と一緒にどうかしら。一緒に？そう。私たちはもう家族なんだし。ね。
ってことで、早くしろよな。僕の気が変わらないうちに。
Uki went inside the flower shop, still hesitant, but smiling. As soon as we got back to Alba dorm, the girls all went in to decorate Uki's room. Yeah, definitely. I mean, like, this is definitely the Uki ending, so to speak, but it's definitely, like, it just feels wrong. And the fact that, like, what happened right before all this shit, the dream, I just call bullshit. There's no way that did not happen. I, of course, stayed behind. After about an hour and a half of waiting,
タクルにお待たせ。もういいよ。
Yui finally came to tell me it was all right, so I went to see Uki's room.
どれどれ。
ふふん。タクってば絶対にびっくりするよ。しますよ。
そんなに。
Hey! Wow, they really went all out. It really was that surprising. Did I miss something? I was amazed at what I saw. Look at the little fluffy, like, cat puffball. I freaking love it. I don't even know what that is, but I love it. It's like a seal cat. Was this the same empty room that I'd seen just a little while ago? There were pretty curtains on the windowsill, a fluffy, girly comforter sat on the bed. A soft carpet had been laid on the cold floor, and the small shelving unit even had some stuffed animals, probably courtesy of Kurusu or Serika. Beautiful photos in attractive frames now hung the empty white walls, which had looked like something from a hospital room. The light bulbs had even been replaced with ones that cast a warmer shade of light. The desk, chair, and shelves, which had only been used for work, had now been done up into something much more appropriate for a little girl's room. On top of the shelves was the plant that Uki had picked out, a Schefflera? Its leaves were bright and green. Here, let's learn about the Schefflera. Let's learn about the Schefflera. Also known as a dwarf umbrella tree, an evergreen decorative plant with many palm-shaped leaves at the end of its branches. It's hardy and able to avoid leaf scald even in direct sunlight, and cold resistant to boot, which makes it a relatively easy plant to raise. Neat.
すごいな。
でしょ？
As I looked around the room in amazement, I saw a tiny girl looking sad in the corner of the room. Why is she sad? Stop. Learning a science adventure. There are so many points in these games. I remember in, I think it was Robotics Notes, there was one point where it was just like, let's learn about magnets. And it was just like 10 minutes of describing how magnets work. And it was interesting, but I was just like, it's science lessons. Science, lessons. It was Uki, the room's owner. Why is she sad?
どうしたウキ。
こんな素敵なお部屋初めてで、どこにいればいいのかわからなくて。
I couldn't help but laugh as I saw her clasp her hands in front of her chest and fidget.
自分の部屋なんだから堂々としてればいいじゃないか。ベッドにでも座ってろよ。
I patted the cute comforter on the bed. Yeah, Steins Gate had a couple of those
ベッ
moments.
ドに誘うとか先輩やらしい。
Oh my god. Why do you have to make it weird? Why do you have to ruin this? I remember why.
お前いつもそんなことばっか言ってるな。
もうそんな向きにならなくても先輩冗談が通じなさすぎます。
She's like the female Ito.
お前のは冗談に聞こえないんだよ。
Just stop. I glared at Arimura, but she just stuck her tongue out and laughed. Nah, she's not as bad as Ito, I guess, but god damn it. Serika, Kurusu, and Yui all started laughing too. Uki, however, just looked around at everyone as if she didn't know what we were talking about. Me, Serika, Kurusu, Ito, Arimura, Kazuki. And now Uki, the newest member of the Hekiho newspaper club, was here as well. We all looked a little tired. Ito's not even cute. I mean, I suppose that's open to interpretation. I personally don't think so, but... Our meeting to decide what we'd put in the next issue hadn't been going well at all.
ああ、もういい。部長の僕がそろそろ結論を出したいと思う。
I also, another thing that's making me very suspicious is how quickly everybody is just like, yeah, let's move on from that crazy case. Like, let's move on immediately. Don't worry about it. It's over. It's over. We're done with it. We don't even talk about it anymore. Like, I don't buy it.
結論も何も復興祭の裏側レポートで問題ないじゃん。
いや、いくらなんでもそれは安直すぎる。
しつこいな。まさかお前まだニュージェネの狂気の再来事件にこだわってるんじゃないだろうな。もう誰も興味持ってないぜ。
Kurusu's face contorted with sadness for an instant when she heard the name Return of the New Generation Madness. She was probably thinking about Senri Minamisawa, the killer who'd committed suicide.
いや、別にニュージェネじゃなくてもいいんだ。他にもっと何かないかなと。
The only one I buy being like, let's move on is Kurusu. But everyone else, I just don't buy it. Especially Ito. Like, I just don't, no. Since Kurusu was here, I didn't want to go into it any further, but it still seems strange to me. No one cared about the New Generation Madness anymore? That case had altered every aspect of our lives and attracted the attention of the entire nation. Now everyone had just forgotten about it?
個人的意見としても確かにオワコンの極みっすよね。
You're so lying, Arim. When I saw how casual Arimura was acting, I only became more suspicious. It didn't make any sense. What was the reason for this difference between me and everyone else?
ねえみんな、ここは平等に決めましょう。多数決にすればいいわよね。
He's starting to suspect. Kurusu seemed eager to smooth things over.
まあいいんじゃね。宮代は？
いいだろう。そういうことなら受けて立とうじゃないか。
I would have to give up on persuading Ito and Arimura, two people who are easily influenced by trends. But I was sure that the others would understand.
話はまとまったみたいね。それじゃあ僭越ながら副部長の私が決を取ります。まず復興祭の取材に賛成の人、挙手してください。
I heard everyone gulp a little, and then the veil of silence dropped. Ito and Arimura raised their hands immediately. A moment later, Kazuki slowly raised her own.
わかった、3人ね。では次。ニュージェネの狂気の再来事件についてもう少し掘り下げたいと考えている人、挙手してくれる？
I raised my own hand immediately. What about Serika and Kurusu? If they didn't go for Ito and Arimura's proposal, then that meant Serika and Kurusu would agree with me. Well, Kurusu almost certainly will not agree with you.
Boy.
But only Serika raised her hand. Kurusu didn't.
ちょっと待てクルス。どっちにも手を挙げないってのはどういうことだ。伊藤に賛成じゃないんならイコール僕に賛成ってことなんじゃないのか。
どうしてだかわからないけど、どちらもあまり乗り気にはなれないの。だから今回は棄権させてくれる？
危険？そんなのおかしいだろ。
そう？だったら私はどっちかっていうと復興祭。
クルスは危険か、仕方ないな。
That's just the majority.
今復興祭に1票って言いかけて。
いや、やはりここは危険というクルスの自由意志を尊重すべきだ。
Convenient.
わ
I deliberately ignored Arimura's cold glance. Anyway, if Kurusu or Kazuki voted with me, I could have made it a tie. At this rate, things weren't looking good.
開票の結果、結論は出たみたいね。あら？
I can't help but notice we're missing a vote. Everyone in the room looked toward a single spot. Next to me, fidgeting awkwardly, but still raising her hand, was... Yeah! Alright.
ウキ
確認だけど、今ウキちゃんが手を挙げているのは、つまり、はい。私は、タクルさんに賛成します。
My eyes met with Uki's. Her little eyes seemed to be sending me a message that only I could see.
いや
今の目と目で通じ合ってる的なアイコンタクト。
Don't make it weird.
おい宮代、いつの間にどうやってウキちゃんを手なずけた？
More importantly, it's a tie.
ロリコンだ、犯罪だ、おまわりさん。
Stop. The whole room started to buzz like someone had poked a beehive.
もうなんて顔してるの？
Kurusu laughed and gently put her hand on my shoulder.
子供は直感的に相手の善悪を見抜くものなのよ。タクルはウキちゃんに OK をもらったと思って自信持てばいいのよ。
Yuki was glancing up at me from time to time, her cheeks still blushing pale red. He's out the window, that's what I'm saying. Get him out of here. Did that mean she'd taken a liking to me? Of course, that wasn't a bad thing. But none of this all seemed quite real, especially the way everyone was willing to just give up on the New Generation Madness case.
やあみんな、おお、具合よく全員揃ってるみたいだね。
Oh, hey, it's our totally average and perfectly sane club advisor. Wonderful. Wakui smiled as he opened the door and came inside.
お、先生が部室に来るなんて珍しいですね。
ああ、うん。実はね、今日はみんなが喜ぶ話題が降ってきてね、少しでも早く伝えてあげようと思って。
No, in this world, he's perfectly normal.
私たちを喜ばせる話題ですか？
まあもっとはっきり言えば、みんなというよりは宮代くんをと言った方がいいかな。
僕を
My heart started pounding a little faster when he said my name.
ほら、文化祭でさ、その宮代くんたちがディスカッションを行うことになっていた件があったよね。
He was probably trying to be as vague as possible because of what had happened with Watabe. When he saw the tension on everyone's face, he quickly continued.
あの番組を担当していたっていう
That fucking face he makes
ニ
is
コニ
so
ア動画のディ
stupid.
レクターからうちに連絡があったんだよ。
ニコニア動画のディレクターですか？
そうなんだよ。実はね、生前渡部さんが記者として出演していたニュース番組に渡部さんの代わりとして宮代くんに出てほしいって。
僕がですか？ニコニアのニュース番組に？
まああんなことにはなってしまったけど、渡部さんは実力はあったわけで、その渡部さんが目をつけて対談したいとまで思った宮代くんにディレクターは大いに興味を持ったらしいんだ。そこで現役高校生記者コメンテーターとして出演してみないかって。
Watabe's news program. That was Nikonia News, right? The most popular source of information around? And they wanted me as a commentator? Could that really be real?
どうだろう宮代くん。先方はぜひにと言っているんだけど。
After the initial shock faded, I felt a weird kind of happiness. It felt like I was walking on top of a cloud. But could I really do such an important job? If I tripped over my tongue or panicked, I would look stupid in front of the viewers. Everybody would be laughing at me. That was a fear I had at one point.
これはチャンスだよ。
I had to get over that pretty damn quick.
チャンス
Oh my god! Dude, Starry-Eyed Kazuki is 10 out of 10. So adorbs.
おいおい、どうしたんだよ宮代。ニコニコニュースったらすげえ人気番組じゃねえか。何も迷うことなんてないだろ。
そうですよ。これぞまさに千載一遇。他の人から見れば喉から手が出るほど欲しがっても手に入らないくらいのスーパーウルトラデラックスチャンスっすよ。
This is such bullshit. This is such bullshit. I don't buy this at all. This is
これで長
absolutely...
尺どもに真の状況だけが持つ本当の力を思う存分見せつけてやれるぞ。いやーよかったな。
This is 100% like a happy reality that Uki created.
その
Still, I wasn't sure what to do. Of course, the offer was an enticing one. If it was for the whole of the Hekio newspaper club, I would have accepted without a second thought. We all did the investigation together, so it wasn't right for me to take all the credit. And what's more...
いいじゃないタクル。迷っているならとりあえずやってみればいいのよ。当たって砕けろよ。大丈夫大丈夫。タクならできるって。
いや、そう簡単に言うけど。
It's totally real. Serica said I could do it, but I wasn't sure I really could. I was a shy person to begin with, so I didn't know how I would be able to talk on camera.
そう難しく考えることないっすよ。いつも私たちにしてるみたく思ったことを喋ればいいだけなんですから。
Take it from me. You won't be. You won't be able to talk on camera without flubbing your words. You will mess up.
それに相手はカメラで人間じゃない。そう考えると気が楽だろ。
大丈夫。タクさえそう望んでいるなら絶対間違いなくうまくいくって。
Even after all that, I still wasn't sure what I should do, till I felt a small tug at my shirt.
私もタクルさんならきっとできると思います。
Yeah, no worries. What are you doing? Why are you doing this? For some reason, when I saw how serious she was, even if she was a little bit trepidatious about speaking, I felt a lot better.
どうかな、宮代くん。
じゃあやってみることにします。
これで一気に部も注目を集めて新入部員も怒涛のごとく押し寄せてくるに違いない。
Serica and Arimura gave each other a high five, big grins on their faces.
じゃあ先方にはそう伝えて。ああ、そうだ、忘れてた。
This freaking music, dude. It's... Wakui clapped his hands together as if he just remembered something.
せっかくだから初回は渋谷復興祭の会場から生中継にしたいって話だけど、それで構わないよね。
A live broadcast from the Shibuya Restoration Festival? Which meant...
一応学生ということで金銭的なギャランティーの発生は難しくてね。代わりにメインイベントのプラチナチケットを宮代くんのために用意してくれるそうなんだよ。
The main event for the Shibuya Restoration Festival was going to be held at the Hikaruo Theater Cube. Nothing bad ever happens there. Major celebrities were going to be there, and the tickets had sold out seconds after going on sale. Supposedly, it cost a fortune to get one from a scalper on the internet now.
いいな、超ビップ扱いじゃん、タ
This is
ク。
utter madness.
くっさ、なんだよ。そんなことなら俺が出るって言っときゃよかった。
As I heard them all complain, my uneasiness disappeared, and instead I felt joy at being chosen.
宮代君、それでも構わないね。
はい。
じゃあ先方には伝えておくから。
He smiled one last time and left the room.
よかったわね、タクル。
羨ましいぞ、この子の。
当然といえば当然だけどな。
あ、その発言ダウトです。タクってば素直じゃないんだから。
Then my eyes met with Uki's again. She'd gotten quiet while everyone else had been excited.
その、よかったですね、タクルさん。
うん。まあ。
Her smile was a flower that wasn't quite in full bloom, and somehow seeing it made me feel really strange. Dude, it... We stayed there and talked about Nikoniya news until the sun set and the chime rang to tell us it was time to go home. Yeah, like, I get the gist of what's going on, but, like, the specifics are tearing at me. Like, what specifically is going on? Yeah. Yeah, go ahead. See you in a bit. This is utter madness. Yeah, sure, I can wait for a sec. Sure, on the right. Yeah. I should take this opportunity to grab my water. I left it out in the... Where did I leave it? Yeah. Ugh. Yeah, I figured I left my water in the other room. I figured I'd use this opportunity to go grab it. Ugh. My hair goes crazy when I take these off. Alright. We each grabbed our bags and headed... this is the wrong controller. PlayStation controller. Oh, I'm really good at this. We each grabbed our bags and headed for the shoe boxes.
なあ、宮代のニヤ生が評判良けりゃ、新入部員入ってくれるよな。
Okay.
そしたら予算も増えるし、言うことなしっすね。だったら嬉しいな。タクたちが卒業しちゃうと、部活も一気に寂しくなっちゃうし。
We still didn't know what was going to happen, but they were already getting excited. I ignored them and went to take my shoes out of their box.
Mhm.
I'm just waiting for like the other shoe to drop, so to speak. What was this? On top of my shoes, I could feel something thin like paper. I took it out, wondering what it might be.
これって
It was definitely one of those things you put letters in an envelope. Yeah, that's right. What? And what's more, it was a very cute envelope. I think there was supposed to be a comma there. It was a very cute envelope, which smelled kind of good. In large letters, in the center, it said, to Miyashiro. I turned it around, and there was a heart-shaped sticker sealing it shut. My mind had frozen up for a second, but now it started to race. Could this be... No, wait. Don't be hasty, Takeru Miyashiro. You don't know it for a fact yet. The evil music, the like sinister music for this is so weird. I flipped it around and looked at the other side again. There was a name on the envelope. Yume Aozaki.
Aozaki.
I don't think we've heard that name one time ever. Who's that? I tried to remember, but nothing came to me.
夢だよな。これ。
Dream. Yume is Japanese for dream. This is bullshit. It's bullshit.
タク何してるの？
What the fuck is going on?
別に何もしてないよ。
Aozaki. Ao is blue, right? I'm trying to think like what the last name might mean. This is...
あら？
What the
今背中に何か隠さなかった？
隠してない。隠してなんかない。
あ、今の嘘です。
I'm not sure what Zaki would be. To Google, yeah. I could. Let's see. Why not? The last name might not mean anything. Translate. Why is it such a German? That's weird. Nothing. Nope. Just a name. But Yume means dream. And this I feel like this letter is gonna be like something. It's gonna be like a letter basically telling him like, hey, I know this shit is real. Or at least I hope so. Come on. I'm losing my mind here. Kazuki had snuck behind me at some point. She quickly grabbed the letter out of my hands. I would be mad, but it's Kazuki. I can't be mad at Kazuki.
もしかしてラブレター？
Everyone started to shout as they peered at the letter in Kazuki's hands.
嘘！タクに？マジっすか？差出人は？青崎夢でいいんだよねこれ。お、待って、青崎ってもしかしてあの2年の青崎さん？
なんだと？
Ito and Arimura gasped in surprise at almost the exact same time.
知ってるのか、伊藤。
知ってるのかって。お前こそ知らないのかよ。青崎っつったら我が校を代表する10年に1人の美少女って有名だろ。
I had no idea.
彼女のことなら私も知ってるわ。まるで少女漫画の世界から抜け出してきたみたいに美人だっていう噂の。
Yeah, it is weird. You'd think they would have mentioned her even one fucking time.
当社費によりますと、美少女ランキングでは学年という枠組みを飛び越え、碧峰学園でダントツ1位かと。
That's what I'm saying. This is.
そんな美少女がタクにラブレター？
I feel like my brain is boiling right now. I'm truly losing it. Oh, God. No, Kazuki. There's no need to punch the shoeboxes and find out if they hurt. What?
嘘だろ
Utter shenanigans.
あの子があの青崎さんかあんなとびっきりにスペシャルな美少女が宮代にラブレタ
God.
ーだと
And they're really laying it on thick.
何
Like,
かの間違いだ。さもなければいたずらだ。
she is the bestest, most super pretty ever all the time. Super duper. If she's so special, then where is she? Exactly. Ito was stomping his feet and throwing a tantrum. He looked like he might be about to weep tears of blood. Was this Yume Awazaki really that pretty?
いや
Why have I never heard of her
いたずらっ
before?
て可能性もあるわけで
I tried to play it cool and speak in a calm, level voice. I failed. Even I could tell my voice was shaking. The most beautiful girl in the school had sent me a love letter. Was this the beginning of a wonderful romance? Was I about to say goodbye to my days of being single and enter the world of the normals? I want him to open the letter and it just says, wake up, and it's written in blood. Like, something, it's gonna be something horrifying. No, of course, I was already normal, but I meant in the other sense of the word.
ダメよタクル
Kurusu suddenly turned to me with a serious look on her face.
ダメって何が
最初からいたずらなんて決めつけちゃ失礼でしょってことちゃんと真面目に読んでお返事しなきゃダメだからね
それくらい分かってるよ
From the look in her eyes, I could tell that she sensed my excitement. Well, there was no sense in trying to fool Kurusu anyway.
おい、宮代、読め。
That's
今読め。すぐ読め。早く読め。何が書いてあるのか、今ここで読んでみせろ。
the first time I've ever agreed with Ito. It looked like he was about to pounce on me.
落ち着け、伊藤。
Open
こ
it,
れは
man!
落ち着いていられるか。
伊藤君
All it took was one word for him to quiet down.
そんな大勢で晒すような真似しちゃかわいそうよこういうものはもらった本人が一人で読むのがマナーでしょ
そうだよ
Convenient.
そういうわけで
Very convenient.
宮代先輩のケチンボ
I tried my best to remain calm as the others complained, and then slid the letter into my bag. Of course, I was actually trying my best to suppress the desire to read it right now. Still, first, the Nico Nia offer, and then a letter from a girl. What was happening to my life? Suddenly, I felt a weird sensation run down my spine. Someone was staring at me. I turned around. And then I saw something huge, something that most certainly didn't belong here. It was like some kind of twisted piece of art. A D-sword. Uki was standing behind the rest of the group, staring at me intently with a stern expression on her face. In her hand was a shining, beautiful blade, the D-sword. My mind went blank for a second.
ウキ何を
Oh my god. Okay. All right. Yes. So it's she's like blanketing over reality with this fake bullshit.
あれ
What was that? I know I just saw a D-sword. I tried blinking a few times, but Uki wasn't holding any kind of sword at all. Very low character. I mean, that's the thing. Her power is literally she can only make what other people want real. Which and so I feel like this is gonna end with like she's doing all of this from what Miyashiro wants, and then eventually he's gonna get to a point where he's like, what I really want is to know the truth, and so it's all gonna fall apart. And I think the reality is that he's currently dying on the floor.
どうかしましたか？
あ、いや、
What was that? Maybe a hallucination caused by the setting sun?
なあ宮代、ちょっとだけでいいから。
いい加減にしなさい伊藤君。
The tiny little doubt I had eventually disappeared as I listened to the others chatter. I mean, yeah, stare at it long enough, you'll probably start seeing some weird shit. Or just stop seeing. And the door closed. Okay, what the hell does this letter say? My cool, casual demeanor broke into a giant grin. I was gonna be a guest commentator on Nikonia News. On top of that, I'd gotten a love letter from Yume Aozaki, the most beautiful girl in school. On the way back home, I had to stop myself from skipping around Shibuya.
いや、待て、宮代拓。
I said the words aloud to try and get myself under control. Some things were just too good to be true. Maybe Ito was right, and it was just a prank. The first rule of entertainment was to make it seem like things were going well right before everything goes to hell. Not that my life was mere entertainment, of course. Anyway, this music is the worst time. If it was a prank, why would anyone bother? Was the goal to laugh and make fun of me? Who'd want to do that? Just open the fucking ladder, dude. Okay, so this is interesting. Apparently it branches here. So I'm gonna make a save. Put it right there. Plop it right down there. Key chapter. Oops. There we go. I also want to pick the negative, but I do what the guide commands. Or maybe people could sense the light of my inner genius, no matter how hard I tried to hide it. But normally, I didn't stand out at all. It's always weird to see the protagonist from, like, the other end. Like, whenever you see them on the screen, it always feels weird. Everyone seemed to get the wrong idea, but I always tried to keep myself out of the limelight. And yet, Yume Aozaki found me anyway, which meant that she was special. The chosen right-sider and chosen beauty, drawn together by a special destiny. The fuck? Was this fate after all?
いやいやいや、落ち着け、宮代拓。
Maybe someone was planning to get my hopes up as much as possible before humiliating me on video and uploading it to social media. There were other possibilities too. This could also be someone's way of getting me to sign up for expensive English language instructional materials or join some weird cult. Alright. Anyway, the fastest way to find out was to read it. That would give me a clue as to whether it was real or a prank. I cut off just a tiny piece of the top of the envelope and took out the letter from inside. The letter was written on pretty pink paper that matched the envelope. I started to read the contents of the letter.
何々突然のお手紙でごめんなさい。
I have no idea.
けれど、もうこの溢れそうな思いを
私の小さな胸の内だけに閉じ込めておくのは苦しくて切なくて、今にも胸が張り裂けそうで。
Who the fuck is this?
このお手紙だけで宮代先輩に私の思い全てを伝えられるかどうかはすごく不安です。それでもやっぱり我慢できなくて、だから思いの丈全てを込めて筆を綴ります。これまで私
It's a
は
shame that she's
ずっと
not
ずっ
real.
とずっと宮代先輩のことを見ていました。知的で何でも知っていて、それに新聞部の部長としてたくさんの人から慕われていて、なのにそれをひけらかすことなくいつもクールで、その眼鏡の奥に隠されたまっすぐな瞳を見るたびに私の心は締め付けられるように苦しくなっちゃうんです。そうしていつしか私は宮代先輩の虜になっていました。最近では寝ても覚めても宮代先輩のことばかり。このままでは私はどうにかなってしまいそう。もちろん私なんかが宮代先輩のような素敵な方と釣り合うとは思いません。でももしも宮代先輩が少しでも私のことに興味を持ってくれるのなら、最初はただの後輩としてでもいいんです。先輩、私と真剣にお付き合いしていただけませんでしょうか。
I would love to, but more importantly, who are you? Just reading it was enough to make me feel dizzy. I was ashamed that I had ever doubted her. I could feel Yume Aozaki's pure, innocent feelings for me pouring forth. Joy burst from within my heart.
一人の痛いけな少女を核も虜にしてしまうなんて、僕はなんて罪な男なんだ。
I ran my hand up and back through my hair and adjusted the rim of my glasses, then sighed dramatically. Just imagining that. It looks so much cooler in your head than it does in real life. Just. That did not look cool. Did not look cool. And then I saw it. The bottom of the letter, there was an 11-digit number. Was that a cell phone number?
お返事待ってます。
Oh my lord. That was what it said in cute round letters next to the number. My throat went dry and my stomach started to clench.
電話で返事しろってことか。
She wanted me to talk on the phone with a girl I'd never met before, and one who was supposedly the prettiest to come along in a decade? Sarika and the guys in the newspaper club were one thing, but I still got nervous talking to my classmates. This was asking way too much. Oh my god, what is happening? Why does it keep going up? Stop it. I realized I'd been standing there clutching the love letter for hours. If I waited any longer, I'd lose the chance to call her. Come to think of it, it must have taken her a lot of courage to write this letter. So if I didn't respond, Sarika and Kurusu would get mad at me. And not only would it be rude to them, it would go against my own sense of morals and etiquette.
Yosh.
I gathered up all my willpower, took out the phone, and dialed the number on the paper. And then I tapped the screen with a trembling finger. And it started to ring. It is weird to think that this is like a delusion within a delusion. Like, clearly this whole situation is like some kind of dream, some kind of delusion made by Uki, but then inside of that, he's also having this delusion. And it started to ring. The wait was torture. I had to try... Pick that up later. I had to try my best to stop from hanging up. And then she picked up. That was hilarious. I stammered. I totally screwed that up.
僕その
Tried my best to start over. Anyo. What? Was this Aozaki's voice? Oh boy. It's starting. Taku? How'd she know my nickname? Huh? This voice... Was it... Oh, yeah, he's dying. This is... Yeah.
尾上
No way. I know I answered the right number. There's Kurusu. This time it was another voice. Yeah, these are them talking to him while he's dying. I that voice belonged to...
クルスか
What was going on? Why was I talking to Serika and Kurusu?
もしかして
Maybe the girls had sent me that letter as a prank? No, but wait. I could see Serika and Ito doing it, but would Kurusu go along with something like that? Kurusu wasn't the type. There's no way. And... It sounded like they were talking about something really urgent. Didn't feel like a prank or an act.
尾上どうしたんだよ
And why was the connection so bad?
セリカ、とにかく今は伝えるべきことを先に伝えないと。だね。
My heart started to beat faster. What was going on? What were they talking about? There was so much noise on the line that it was almost impossible to make them out. And they seemed like they were in a big hurry.
よく聞いて。いるのはね、おとなしじゃないの。だからお願い。タク、早くして。
おいさっきから何言ってるか全然聞こえないぞもっと電波のいいところに
Huh? What was the sensation I was feeling? What was I... Oh, right, the phone. I was on the phone. So was it like... Okay, I just had a thought. Does the dilute... Like, maybe it's like... adding a negative to a negative... Or, not adding. Multiplying a negative with a negative, and you get a positive. And, like... Because we're already in a delusion, his delusions are the only thing that are real. My brain. I was on the phone. I looked at the phone I was holding. It was still trying to connect me to Yume Aozaki. There were no signs she'd picked up, and I couldn't hear Serika or Kurusu at all. My head felt so confused. Then what was this? What was that? A dream? But it felt so real. The ringing continued. Just when I thought she might not pick up, it connected.
もしもし
Huh? The call went through, right?
もしもしもしもし
宮代先輩ですか
Totally... Witch. Totally real girl. Super duper real lady. So this was Yume Aozaki's voice. It's so cute.
宮代先輩ですよね
あ
Oh my lord.
はいそうです
It took everything I had to keep my voice from shaking.
お電話ありがとうございます。私、嬉しいです。
あ、いえ、こちらこそ、何と申しますか。何と申し上げてよろしいものやら。
Jeez, what am I doing? The sweet voice from the phone was making me its prisoner.
それじゃあ、楽しみにしていますね。
あ、
I can't. This is madness.
何？
私、幸せすぎて、今夜は眠れないかもです。先輩、先に切ってください。
いや、君が先に。
Oh my lord. See, this is the sort of thing I would not be able to play, because she'd be like, you hang up first. I'd be like, okay, click. Then I'd get in trouble.
それじゃあ、せーので。
Can't play these games. Oh my.
やっぱり、私から切りますね。
うん。
それじゃあ、先輩、おやすみなさい。
Oh my god, stop! I'm losing it, man. What was that noise? I took a deep breath and let out all the air in my lungs. I'd been in such a panic that I didn't even remember what I'd talked about. The only thing I could barely recall was that we'd agreed to go on a date after school tomorrow. She'd told me it would be embarrassing to let the girls in her class see her, so she wanted to meet me someplace a little further away from the school. Oh, it's almost like she wants to meet you alone, with nobody else around. How convenient. How crazy and convenient is that? So we both agreed to meet at Cafe Lax, I think.
Huh? 待てよ。
My brain had started to work again, and I realized the mistake I'd made. If we went to Lax, someone from the newspaper club might see us. Not to copy what Aozaki said, but I'd be embarrassed to let them see me too. Maybe I should change the meeting location. I took out and tapped the number I'd just called, but...
おかけになった番号は現在電波の届かないところにいるか電源を切っているためかかりません。
Oh no, I'm sure their phone just died. Like 2 seconds ago. Instead of her beautiful voice, I was met with the cold voice of a recording.
おかしいな。
Maybe she was taking a bath? Or she'd run out of battery? We'd been talking a long time, so it was certainly possible. It's a good point. I tried again, but...
おかけになった番号は現在電波の届かないところにいるか電源を切っているためかかりません。
I think that recording has a wonderful voice. It was the recording again. What was going on? But if she wasn't picking up, there wasn't anything I could do. She'd be able to see that I called, so she'd called me back when she looked at her phone. And come to think of it, we could go someplace else after meeting at Cafe Lax. Even if we did run into someone, we could probably talk our way out of it. Probably. And so... God! Alright. Suddenly there was a knock at the door, and I almost leapt out of my chair.
こんな時間に。
For a moment, I thought back to the return of the new generation madness, and I felt a cold sweat start to form under my armpits. I looked outside, afraid.
あれ、
Outside the door was a girl I knew well.
ウキ。
What was she doing here? Whatever she was here for, I couldn't leave her out there. Why are you like, I'm curious if it's literally just a matter of she doesn't want him to die and wants to put him in here for, you know, because she wants him to be happy, or if, like, is there another reason she's doing this other than he's dying and she doesn't want him to? Or is it literally that simple? Uki looked relieved when she saw me.
なんだよ、 こんな時間にどうした？
すみません、突然。実はこれ。
She handed me a plastic container wrapped in a tiny sack.
これ、お夕食のお裾分けなんですけど、もしよかったら。
お裾分け？
はい。佐久間先生がちゃんとしたものをタクルさんに食べさせるようにって、それで私が。
See, yeah, I don't think anyone else, like, in this plane of existence, I think they're all... But yeah, I think the Kurusu and Serika who were on the phone just now, the real ones, it sounds like they have an idea of what's going on. And maybe she didn't mean to do this at all.
ウキが作ったのか？
はい。なので、美味しいかどうかはわかりませんが。
Maybe it was like subconscious. I took the sack. The container was still warm. It must have been made just a little while ago.
それでは私はこれで。
The freaking backpack, dude. Uki bowed her head and turned to go. I tried to say thank you, but the words got stuck in my throat. She suddenly turned back to face me.
タクルさん。いただいた観葉植物、毎日大事にお世話してますから。もしよければ、今度、私のお部屋に見に来てください。
She smiled and fidgeted as she looked up at me. Then she ran off into the darkness before I could say anything. The meal she'd made for me had a very kind, gentle taste. What does kindness taste like? I've never understood that. I was so sleepy. Last night, I'd been too excited to sleep properly. I'd gone through all the back issues of Cool Cat Press I could find, trying to learn all their best dating tips. And the next thing I knew, it was light outside. Well, you're fucked. As a result, my mind had been dulled from exhaustion all morning, and my usual stylish and cool mannerisms were missing a little of their sharpness.
いたいた。おはよう、タク。おはよう。ずいぶんと眠そうね。
Time's the time for Cool
さては
Cat.
また夜更かししたんでしょ。
There is no time for Cool Cat.
いいよな。そりゃあんなことがありゃ眠れないよな。
As I sat down in my seat, I was surrounded by familiar faces. I took out the contents of my bag and put them in my desk, trying as hard as I could to act natural.
なんだそのすかした態度は。
そうだよ。せっかくこうして教室まで挨拶しに来てあげたのにさ。
そもそもなんでわざわざ教室まで来るんだよ。
そんなの決まってるじゃないすか。気になるからですよ。
She was definitely talking about what happened with Yume Aozaki's letter. I couldn't stop thinking about her myself. A date. A date after school. A date with the most beautiful girl in school. There was no way I'd been able to think about anything else. My mind was already spinning like a merry-go-round with happy fantasies. That's the last thing you need right now is more fantasies. No. If I started getting excited and freaking out over a single date, I'd be no different than those wannabe normal wrong-siders. she's real.
ねえタク教えてよ。
Serica smacked her hands down on my desk and leaned forward.
何の話だよ。
だから昨日の手紙のことだってば。
別に尾上には関係ないだろ。
はあ、なるほどなるほど。
なんだよ。
さては大方の予想通り単なるいたずらだったってオチですね。そうなの？
やっぱりな。俺もそうだと思ってたんだよな。つかそうに決まってる。だって宮代がだぞ。まさかあの宮代がリア充にクラスチェンジするだなんてありえんもんな。
Class change. Bite me, Ito. Well, if that's what he wanted to think, then fine. Reality was the exact opposite.
ほらほら、みんなそんな風にしつこく聞くものじゃないわ。あくまでもタクルのプライベートな話なんだから。
むんちゃんは気にならないの？
Stain on this world.
私は別に。
その割にはさっきからずっとここにいますよね。
それはそう、ほらちゃんともらった手紙には誠意を持ってお返事しなきゃダメよって言おうかなって。
This fake version of Ito is... I think it might be worse than the real one.
だからまあタクルが教えてくれるっていうなら、そのねえ。
I know what. You want to find out as badly as everyone else, don't you?
それで
だから何がそれでなんだよ。
いいじゃん。いい加減もったいつけずに教えろって。
Oh yeah, that
手
is...
紙だよ、手紙。
I think that is part of the dynamic.
本物だったの？それともいたずらだったの？
それは
I can't with that face. Stop it.
とにかくその話は終わりだ。そんなことより僕たちが今話すべきは昨日できなかった企画の話だ。
Everyone sounded upset. Even Kurusu joined in.
ケチ。
いいじゃねえか、減るもんでもなし。
そうだそうだ。
Yeah, I think we all know Kazuki is best girl. Just hands down.
なんと言おうとダメだ。というわけで昼休みに企画会議の続きをするぞ。いいな。
Yeah. It is spelled different, but yeah, I see what you're saying. I don't care what you say. The answer is no. We'll talk. Did he say that? I think he said that, and I just missed it. It was clear that nothing good would come from talking to them about it. I tried to force the conversation to change direction, but
なんで昼休み？部活は放課後だよね。あ、今明らかにギクってしましたね。
no worries.
つうことは
放課後に何かあるってことですな。
いや、それは
あるのね。
あるな。
あるね。
Everyone found out immediately. be able to complete my mission after school? No, I had to. For the sake of my bright, shining future.
それじゃあまた放課後に来るね。伊藤先輩、ちゃんと見張っててくださいね。
おう、任せとけ。
楽しみだね。放課後。
つまりここまでをまとめるとだね。
It's always weird when actual schooling happens. Like, whenever there's a scene where the teacher is actually teaching, it's weird. I kept thinking about what would happen after school, even during Wakui's lecture. Yume Aozaki, a girl whom everyone claimed was not only the prettiest girl in her grade, but the most beautiful in the school. I thought about going to see what she was like this morning, but eventually decided not to. If she saw me, she'd think I'd come to check her out.
宮代先輩って人を外見で判断するんですね。幻滅です。
Like, there was one other scene where, like, actual teaching was happening. It's always so weird. If that happened, everything would be ruined. I wonder what she's like. Her voice was cute. I knew that for a fact. If you could tell whether someone was pretty from their voice, I could say without a doubt that she must be gorgeous. The question was what she was like on the inside. Even if she was cute, I didn't want to date a girl who was a shallow slut. Jesus Christ, awkward. The whole only if they're hot thing was for shallow people with shallow minds. Like, I mean, I agree, but tone it down like a little bit. A true right-sider like me wouldn't be deceived by appearances. They say you can't judge a book by its cover, but it's also true that what's on the outside of a person reflects who they are on the inside. I mean, I guess. Which meant that on the inside, she had to be.
それじゃあこの先を宮代くんに読んでもらおうかな。
Nothing. She's non-existent, Miyashiro. Please.
宮代くん。
おい、宮代、当てられてるぞ、宮代。
え？
I suddenly realized the whole class was looking at me.
宮代くん、もしかして聞いてなかった？
いえ。
I stood up and then froze. Where was I supposed to be reading from exactly?
122ページ4行目だ、宮代。
Ito, I owe you one.
と、
Oh, he totally lied just
こん
now.
な夢を見た。
Dude, he totally just made that up.
腕組みをして枕元に座っていると、仰向きに寝た女が静かな声でもう死にますという。女は長い髪を枕に敷いて、輪郭の柔らかなウリザネ顔をその中に横たえている。真っ白な頬の底に温かい血の色が程よくさして、唇の色は無論赤い。
What the fuck are they reading?
しかし女は静かな声で、宗主夢に胡蝶となるとはっきり言った。久然として胡蝶なり。
As I read the passage, I started to get confused. Yeah, this doesn't seem like scholarly information. I'd had to read Soseki's 10 Nights of Dreams in class before, and I didn't remember this part.
自分も確かにこれは死ぬなと思った。そこで知らず衆の夢に胡蝶となれるか、胡蝶の夢に衆となれるか、と上から覗き込むようにして聞いてみた。衆と胡蝶とは、すなわち必ず死にますとも、と言いながら、女はパッチリと目を開け、あなたも夢の中にいるの。早く脱出しないと戻れなくなってしまうわよ、タクト。
No shit, dude. What the fuck? Hints my ass, they called him up by name. What?
おいおい宮代くん、一体どこを読んでいるんだい？
え？あ、いや。
My classmates must have found my reaction funny because they all started to laugh.
おいおい、いくらいいこと続きだからってしっかりしろって。
Dude. I just stood there in shock as the rest of the class laughed at me. I looked back at the textbook and there was nothing like that written there. Of course, the text certainly didn't have my name in it. That's one option. I don't know how, I don't know how this works. He's clearly like that one. I don't know how the phone thing. They're trying to communicate with him in different ways. So the phone and then the book. What the fuck? Of course, the text certainly didn't have my name in it. The hell was that? Was that just a delusion? Come to think of it, something weird had happened last night, too. Was Ito right? Was I just feeling overwhelmed because I'd been chosen as news commentator and received a love letter? Or was I still tired after all that stuff that happened with the case? The harder I tried to think about it, the harder it got to think at all.
やれやれ、どうやら寝ぼけてるようだし、顔を洗ってきた方がいいんじゃないか？
すいません。
This is bonkers, dude. I could feel the rest of the class staring at me as I weaved my way through the desks and out into the hallway. I should probably just do what he suggested and go wash my face. Maybe that would make my head feel clearer. My footsteps echoed down the empty hallway as I headed for the washroom. I saw it again. There was no way I could mistake it for anything else. It was a D-sword, and the person holding it was...
Uki.
But why? Before I could say anything, she turned around and ran away on tiny feet. I ran after her. I was sure she went this way. I found Uki and quickly ran over to her.
Uki!
Uki looked up at me confused. Her bangs were a little wet, and she'd been wiping them with a handkerchief. She wasn't holding a D-sword. She was just holding a girly handkerchief.
Dude, fuck this.
何をしてるんだ？実は授業中にうっかり居眠りをしてしまって、それで先生に顔を洗ってくるようにって。
居眠り？
はい、最近朝早くから夜遅くまで施設のお手伝いをしているので疲れてしまったみたいで。
Her little body seemed to get even smaller as she apologized. Looking at her, it was impossible to believe she was planning to do something evil with a D-sword.
そうか。
恥ずかしい話ですが。
Her cheeks went red with shame as she turned her head downwards.
それじゃあ私は授業に。
ああ。
Uki bowed her head and then disappeared down the hall. I'm trying to decide whether or not I think that this Uki in the fake world is also a fake Uki, or if it's real Uki in the fake world and she's playing all innocent here. I think it's a fake version of her. I think that the little slips he sees of the real one with the sword, I think that's her fucking up, and then she'll like reset it, and then I think the version he's talking to right now is fake, but I could be wrong. Like, you got the fake Serika, fake Kurisu, you got a fake Uki. There it was again. I was seeing things again. What was happening to me? Yeah, I honestly could see it going either way, but right now my instinct is that it's like a different version of her that she made. Lunchtime came and I went to the club room like I'd originally planned. I was still thinking about the creepy thing I'd seen.
皆さんこんにちは。お待ちかね壁標ランチボックスの時間です。今日も皆さんのお昼ご飯を彩っちゃいますよ。というわけでしばらくの間お付き合いくださいね。
The broadcasting club were playing their daily lunch broadcast. How many people actually looked forward to this?
さてさて、今日は11月5日。この日はなんとあのツタンカーメンの王母が発見された日だそうです。そしてもう一つ、いいリンゴの日でもあるそうですよ。1105でいいリンゴ。わかりやすい語呂合わせですね。でも最近はすっかり肌寒さが増してきて、リンゴっていうよりはこたつでみかんって感じかな。こたつの魔力ってすごいですよね。どんな怖い人でもこたつに入ると眠っちゃうんじゃないでしょうか。こたつで寝るのってすっごく幸せですよね。私も一度寝ちゃうとなかなか起きられなくて、早く目を覚まさなきゃって。
I knew it. I was like, I'm waiting for it. I was like, there's gonna be a message in here to him somewhere. Wake up. You have to wake up.
早く目を覚まさなきゃ。早く目を覚ませ。早く目を覚まして。早く目を覚まして。パク。
They're getting a lot less subtle about it. What was that? Someone calling my name?
そこにいちゃダメ。早く目を覚まさないと戻れなくなっちゃうよ。
I won't be able to come back? What does that mean?
おい、それって一体。
さあ、それでは今日のリクエスト曲いってみましょう。最初の曲はファンタズムで。
Phantasm? Hold on, screw all the waking up stuff. Phantasm! The lunchtime broadcast was back to normal. All the other students were acting like nothing was out of the ordinary. They were discussing what anime was good in this season. This season, or where they were going after school. Jesus Christ. It was like that broadcast had never happened.
やっぱりおかしい。
No shit, dude! At this point, even I had to admit that something wasn't right. Was I going crazy?
タクルさん、どうしたんですか？
I heard a voice and turned around. Oh, hello again. And I gasped again. Uki was standing there, holding a shining blade.
どうしたんですか？
Dude. Huh? I adjusted my glasses and took another look. Uki was in front of me, but she wasn't holding a D-sword. Her oval eyes went wide with surprise.
私がどうかしましたか？
いや、なんでもないんだ。
I'm losing it, man. Listen.
そうですか。
I tried to act calm, but Uki didn't seem satisfied.
そのウキも部室だよな。
はい。
一緒に行こうか。
はい。
I walked ahead so that she couldn't tell how worried I was getting on the inside. I could feel her following me from behind.
あ、来た来た。チャオス。
Chaosu. Everyone was already in the room.
私お茶入れますね。
I watched Uki start to make the tea, like always, and sat down in my chair.
なんだなんだ、でっかいため息なんかついて。まさか昨日の今日でいきなり彼女に振られでもしたか？
違う、そんなんじゃない。
I let my head droop down as I tried to think. What was happening to me didn't seem didn't seem to make sense. Music. Yeah, this is one of the creepy musics for sure. Is it only happening to me? Either way, I didn't think I'd be able to solve this problem on my own. Which meant...
あのさ、ちょっと聞いてほしいんだけど。
どうしたの？改まって。
あのさ、実は。
And then I told them all about everything that had happened since last night. I didn't mention Uki's name since she was right there.
それって大丈夫なのかな？
専門のお医者様に見てもらった方がいいかもしれないわね。
Everyone started to give their own opinions.
私はあんまり考えすぎない方がいいと思いますけどね。
I do not blame you.
ほら、気の持ちようってのもありますし。
そうそう。女の子から手紙もらって舞い上がってるだけだろ。
そうかな。
Dude, stop being dumb. Maybe I was just overthinking things. To be honest, I didn't want to think too hard about it. Maybe I just wanted to hear that everything was okay. Stop listening to Ito! I did feel a little better getting it off my chest.
タコ？
あ、いや、参考になった。礼を言うよ。
もういいの？
なあ、それに企画の話もしなくちゃならないし、いつまでも僕の問題にかまけている時間もないだろう。
それはそうだけど。
それじゃあ改めて今後の活動についてだけど。
それじゃあ当面の活動目標は渋谷復興祭のレポートっていうことでいいわね。
We ended up picking the obvious answer for our project. I'd been opposed to it up until now, but after what was happening to me, I honestly didn't care anymore. I'd have been just as happy to do a cooking video. Even the excitement I'd been feeling for my after-school date was beginning to fade. He's running out of juice. As the school day drew to a close, I kept turning my phone on and then turning it off again. Of course, I was thinking of calling Aozaki. My mood kept getting darker and darker as afternoon classes proceeded, and I didn't feel like I was up for a date anymore. It wouldn't be right to spend a date feeling like this, and more than anything, it would be rude to her. Part of me wanted to do it another day, and part of me didn't want to waste this chance. I thought and thought,
やっ
and...
ぱり今日は体調が悪いってことにして別の日に伸ばしてもらおう。
May as well get it over with then. I turned my phone on again before I could change my mind, and then tapped in her number. She didn't answer.
もう一回。
She still didn't answer. I kept trying, but she never picked up. Come to think of it, she would have seen that I called last night, but she hadn't called me back. If you got a call from your boyfriend, wouldn't you normally either pick up right away or call back?
仕方ない。
It might not be ideal, but it would be better than blowing her off. I decided to visit the second-year classrooms, but I didn't know what Aozaki looked like. I only knew her name and her phone number. I should have asked Ito first, maybe, but there was no helping that now.
せめて有村がいれば。
She'd be able to tell me what class Aozaki was in, at least. Went to Arimura's classroom, but I couldn't find her. She may have gone home already. I guess I'd just have to...
あの。
はい。
I worked up what little courage I had and asked one of the girls walking by.
ちょっといいですか？
なんですか？
その 青崎ゆめさんのクラスってどこですか？
She has no idea who that is.
は？
だから青崎ゆめさん。
青崎？
That was strange. She was the prettiest girl in school. She should have at least heard of her.
あの
I asked someone else, but
青崎さん知ってる？知らない。てかそんな人2年にはいなくない？
there wasn't? Arimura had said that she was the prettiest girl in the school, not just the second-year class. Ito knew about her too, and he'd even been jealous of me. I talked to her last night on the phone. Golly gosh, I sure am surprised. I decided to visit the first-year class just to be sure. Maybe I'd heard wrong, and Aozaki was a first-year student, not a second-year student. But
いませんよ、そんな子。
what the hell was going on? How could there be nobody named Yume Aozaki in either grade?
そうだ。
I decided to call Arimura.
くそ。
This was the first time I could remember where she hadn't picked up the phone. Fine, I'd send a text. I waited, but got no answer. What the hell? What was happening here? A black shadow started to press down on my heart. Did this have something to do with the other strange things that were happening around me? Yeah, I've heard the name before, but it is a little on the nose here. It is a nice name. Or was my earlier guess right, and Arimura and the others were trying to prank me? Yume? I wasn't going to get anywhere sitting around all day waiting for an answer. I ended up going to Cafe Lax, where we were supposed to meet. If I went there, I should be able to find her, or... Even if it was a prank, my friends would all be there, eagerly awaiting my arrival. Either way, I'd learned something. I went into the cafe and looked around from a slightly concealed vantage point.
何をしておる？
あ、いや、ちょっと。
まあよい。さっきからずっと待っておるぞ。
あ、そう。
This is the waitress at this cafe and someone who I swear to God is going to be important. If she's literally just a background character this entire game, and at no point does she become like an important character, I will be flabbergasted. I swear, something about this chick. Huh? Wait a second.
今なんて？
待ち人じゃ。ほれ、そこに。
I adjusted my glasses and took another look.
よかった。来てくれたんですね。
Okay.
待ってたんですよ、宮代先輩。
She was Yume Aozaki? All thought evaporated from my mind. I was about to say she looks very generic. The world quickly lost its color, and all the noise around me seemed to fade away. The only thing I could see was the girl in front of me. Way to play it cool. A shock like a gunshot went through my chest. Her silken hair, her long eyelashes, her oval eyes like stars, her perfect nose, her lips the color of pale cherry blossoms. Her chest was the perfect size, not too large and not too small, and her hips were curvy, but not too curvy. Her skin was smooth, and it glowed like there was a light shining from within her. You know who she looks like? She looks like if her hair was like a little pinker, like a little more pink, she would look like the, I can't, what was her name? Lizette from Stella Glow. I don't know if you played that. It's, it's like really close. More than anything, her beautiful smile as she looked at me. Every part of her body seemed to have been blessed by the goddess of beauty herself. God damn it, he really is Daru. Fuck. Son of a bitch. Alright, hold on. I gotta, now, I just want to make sure I'm not making this up. Like, I'm remembering correctly. Okay, so it's not as close as I thought. Here, let's see if I can... See if I remember how to do this. Any little... Yeah. I mean, it's kind of close. Like, kind of. Alright. It's a bit of a stretch, I suppose. It's been a while since I played the game, right?
Senpai?
Yes, she was an angel. She was a miracle, come down from heaven. She was customized to be exactly what I wanted. Alright, so apparently she is Takaru's type down to the finest detail. Angel from the world of generics. That was no exaggeration. It was the only way I could think of it. And yet somehow this still isn't clicking any bells for Miyashiro. He's still not picking up on it. I was looking at the very incarnation of everything I'd ever wanted in a girl. I mean, listen, I ain't trying to yuck anybody's yum, alright? To each their own, I suppose. What could I call this except a miracle? All the doubt, the fucking piano, dude. The piano. All the doubts in the back of my mind crumbled away like sand blown to the wind. All the girls in the lower classes at Hekiho had told me they'd never even heard of Yume Aozaki, but she was right here, right in front of me. What other fact could I possibly need?
どうしたんですか? Senpai.
I have a fact for you. You're fucking dying, dude. Oh boy. Alright, you're not gonna like this. You're not gonna like this. No, I didn't need anything else. Yeah, I'm just doing what it says. Everything was right in front of me. Believe and you shall be saved.
待った。
Just as I took a step toward her, I heard loud footsteps coming from the outside stairs. Oh my god, please. I'm waiting for it to, I want it to be like Serika and Kurusu in like spy outfits, like the all black, just breaking through the windows. The footsteps stopped, and then I heard the door open. I turned and saw... Yeah, there she is. Minus the spy outfit, I suppose.
おのえ、お前なんでここに？
もしかしてつけてきたのか？
つけてきたんじゃないもん。ついてきたんだもん。
どっちだって同じだろ。なんでそんなことするんだよ。
だって気になるんだもん。
は？聞こえないよ。はっきり言えって。
だから気になるんだもん。
Serica stuck her lips out in a pout and sulked. God, I hope
気に
so.
なるってどうせ面白半分だろ。さすがにそういうのはどうかと。
違うもん。そうじゃないもん。
だったらどういうことだよ。
トクはさ、
Serica never held back about saying what she was thinking, but now she looked really hesitant. Felt weird seeing her act this way.
トクはゆめちゃんになんて返事をするの？オッケーって言ってそのままラブラブになっちゃうの？
ラブラブって。
オッケーするんでしょ？しちゃうんだよね。
それは
やっぱりそうなんだ。オッケーしちゃうんだ。それで人前で堂々とイチャイチャしたり、放課後の学校でチューしちゃったりするんだ。
お前何言ってんだ。
そりゃ相手は学園一の美少女だし、断る理由なんてないよね。
あのな、別に僕がどう返事しようがお前には関係ないだろ。
It felt like she was throwing a tantrum, and I reacted coldly. Normally, she'd just complain more, but today something was different about Serica.
おのえ？
関係なくないもん。
The lighting of the cafe reflected off her wet eyes.
おのえ
I had no idea. I had no idea that Serica could look so sad.
関係なくなんかないもん。
おい。
私だって本当はずっとタクのこと見てたのに、タクの一番そばにいたのに、本当はずっとタクのこと一番好きだったのに。それなのにこんなのいきなり出てきた女の子に取られちゃうなんて、そんなの
All I could do was stand there like an idiot as she sobbed. Serica was in love with me? She always had been? No, but she'd never shown any signs of that. I had no idea what to do. At no time in my short life had I ever dealt with anything like this.
とにかくちょっと落ち着こう。
That was all I could say. I'd always thought of Serica as a friend, as someone I could always count on regardless of her sex. I'd never really seen her as a girl. I thought that we could always be friends like that. But...
もういいよ、タクのバカ。
She turned away and ran down the stairs, the tears reflecting in the light as they streamed down her face.
待てって、ちゃんと話を。
I tried to follow after her when... What? Was that a delusion? Then where was Serica?
すみません。
The footsteps coming up the stairs weren't Serica. They belonged to a man I'd never seen before. Serica? In love with me? What was I thinking? That was impossible.
Huh? What?
I suddenly gasped in surprise. Aozaki had been right there in that chair a moment ago, but now she'd vanished. I looked all around the room, but she was nowhere to be seen. I wonder if that interaction was like maybe she showed up, like she sent herself into the delusion to try to make him doubt with that, like that little weird interaction where she's like, I've always loved you, just to like throw some doubt in his face. Because now she seems to be gone. Had she gotten annoyed watching me just stand there and gone home? No, that was impossible. There was only one entrance to the cafe. It was impossible for her to leave without me seeing it. I went to where she'd been sitting and took a closer look. But there was nothing on the table. There was no sign that anyone had ever even put a water glass on the table, and the chair was pushed in. There was nothing to hint that anybody had been sitting there at all.
なんだよこれ。一体どうなってるんだ。
I'd seen a girl sitting here. I'd heard her voice. Was all that a hallucination? Another product of my delusions? Huh? Yeah. Lying to himself. I suddenly felt someone looking at me. Hey, who's this guy who entered? I looked around the cafe but didn't see anyone. I looked outside. Outside the window, on the other side of the street where the sun was setting, I saw a tiny silhouette looking up at me. Just holding that sword again. And there was no doubt about it. And as she looked at me with silent, calm eyes, there was an elegant and razor-sharp blade in her hand. I ran out of the store. This time I was sure of it. Uki was watching me. Okay, are we really, like... I'm sorry. There's no way they mentioned the guy that came in, right? Like, I didn't make that up. They very, very specifically pointed out that a man he didn't know came in, but, like, was that nothing? There's no way that was just completely irrelevant, right? There's absolutely no way that was completely irrelevant. What had Uki been doing there? I'm gonna be so mad if that was literally just a throwaway, like, nothing. Like, that... If I could find out, I might be able to figure out what was going on. That certainly spurred me to action. I ran as fast as I could after her as she fled. She was just a little kid. At this distance, I'd be able to catch up to her. Or so I thought. I have no idea. But no matter how fast I ran, I didn't seem to get any closer. What was this weird sensation? It wasn't that my sense of distance was screwed up. It was like I was chasing something that wasn't there. I was moving my legs as fast as I could, but it was like in a nightmare when you're running from someone who's chasing you, and you don't seem to be moving at all. Which is weird. I'm lucky I figured out how to even get all this shit to work. Like, I barely got it to function, and now I'm just sort of like, it technically works. I don't want to push too hard. This time, my desperation pushed me beyond my limits. My lungs felt like they were on fire. My sides stung from the lack of exercise. My legs were screaming that they were about to give up. But I forced myself to keep going. Hey, answer me, child. Yuki turned around and saw me, and then slipped through the turnstile to escape. I followed her through. So get back here! Stop running! I'd been in such a hurry that I hadn't put my card up to the machine. But it had let me through anyway. It had done the same for Uki, too. She hadn't gotten out her card either. I ran up the stairs to the platforms, and I was just in time to see a train slide into the Harajuku platform and watch Uki get on. Do not get on that train. It disappeared? God damn it. Uki had just gotten on a green car from the Yamanote line, and it was gone. It hadn't left the station. I would have at least be able to see it then. The whole platform was quiet, as if the train had never existed in the first place. No, not only that. The whole station was strangely dark. I couldn't see a single person. A cold chill ran up my back. What was going on? I looked around again and again, but the place was as quiet as the surface of the moon. Complete silence. Complete emptiness. There were no customers, and no employees either. The information boards were all black and showed nothing at all.
Huh?
That was impossible. Shibuya was supposed to be the 5th busiest station in Japan.
そうだ。Uki は
I forced my tired legs to move and looked around for Uki. Yes, it seems like it's falling apart. But the only sound on the platform was my footsteps, and there was no sign of Uki or anyone else.
くそ、一体何なんだよ。何がどうなってんだよ。
It felt like someone had torn open my skull and started fiddling with my hippocampus. I went down the platform and through the turnstile, and everything was back to normal. What was going on? And then I heard the sound of the train coming in above me, as if it was mocking me. I ran back up the stairs, feeling the people around me staring at me in bewilderment. It's empty, Jesus Christ. But when I got up there, the platform was as empty as before. I had no idea what was going on anymore. But the more I thought about it, the more confused I got. I staggered down the stairs, feeling defeated. Once I got back down, the world was normal again. I didn't feel surprised anymore. I just felt empty. I put my back to the wall and let myself slide to the ground. Maybe I had gone crazy. Hey! I looked up and saw a commercial for a music artist playing on the big TV above Scramble Crossing. It was playing a song by Phantasm that just got released a few days ago. The song was titled "Wake Up, Taku." Weird. Suddenly there was static on the screen. God, stop it. That voice. This is infuriating. Serika? And Kurusu too? Why was I hearing their voice from the TV? That I figured out, thank you.
妄想の渋谷?
He did not figure it out, unfortunately. Oh my god damn it! God damn it! I heard a noise and the voices vanished, only to be replaced by the Phantasm music video once more. Was that a hallucination? No. It was another message, like the ones I'd heard before.
妄想の渋谷?
The worst part is, like, even after all that, they're not even gonna play the Phantasm music. Like, could at least give me some nice music. You're gonna tease me with some Phantasm. The lights in the intersection changed, and the people started to move. Beyond them, standing in a gap between the crowds, I saw a girl. This motherfucker. It was Uki Yamazoe holding her D-sword. Suddenly, it felt like a dam burst in my mind. Gigolomaniacs. Uki Yamazoe's power is a gigolomaniac.
他人の思考や願望をリアルブートする能力.
I am so infuriated that it took him this fucking long to remember that. He knew that. And it literally only just now clicked. Takeru, you are officially the dumbest. God damn it. That's right. This whole thing started when I'd had that nightmare about being stabbed by Uki's D-sword. And this must be... I started to move. The light was about to turn red, but I ran across the intersection anyway. I forced my way to the other side of the street as the car horns blared at me. When I grabbed her by her tiny shoulders, Uki jerked and looked up at me in shock.
Takuru-san.
The D-sword she'd been holding had vanished. That didn't matter anymore. Pretending to be scared wasn't going to work either.
ウキ、お前さっきディスオードを持ってたよな。最近僕の周りで起こっているおかしな出来事。あれはお前のせいなのか?
Uki shook her head frantically to the left and right, as if she was trying to wriggle out of my grasp.
ダメだ。本当のことを話すまでは逃がさないからな。
She looked around for help. I realized that the people around me were staring at me suspiciously. Stares, stares, stares. They formed a circle, looking at me with cold, inconsiderate eyes. Two black shadows forced their way through the crowd. This was bad.
どうした?何かやましいことでもあるのか?
違います彼女は知り合いで
犯罪を犯す奴は大体そう言うんだ
犯罪違う僕は
話は署で聞かせてもらおうさあこっちへ来なさい
Strong arms grabbed me and held me tight. This is the lamest thing that could happen. After all that, he just gets arrested. Uki slipped out of my grasp. She slid through the crowd and disappeared from sight. If I get arrested here, not only would my life be over, I might lose a critical clue. Your life would be over. Your life is being over, my guy. There's more at stake here.
これ壁標の制服ですね。
ああ、なるほど。道理で。あ、おい!
I forced my way free and ran into the crowd.
待て!
Run from the cops. Does anyone ever actually stop when they hear that? That's a really good point. If I was going to stop, I wouldn't have run in the first place. I practically body slammed my way through the crowd, running as fast as I could while the people around me cursed at me. How much time had I spent running today? I felt like I'd been chasing a phantom of Uki forever. At some point, my legs started to move on their own. I couldn't see the police anymore, but I was still terrified they might appear at any second. The only place I could go was Aoba Dorm.
Takuru?
Kurusu's eyes went wide as she saw me run in, out of breath. Stop it, you're not real. My lungs were begging me for oxygen. My heart was about to burn out like an engine low on gas.
どうしたの?そんなに慌てて何かあったの?
どうなのか
I thought I'd be able to speak, but my throat had dried up too much for me to get the words out.
とにかく水でも飲んで落ち着きなさい。
Usually I'd ask for a mountain view instead, but now wasn't the time. I took a gulp of water from the glass Kurusu had brought me and finally calmed down.
それで何があったの？
あれは本当なのか？
落ち着いて話しなさい。それじゃあ一体何のことを言ってるのかわからないわ。
だから最近何度も僕にメッセージを送ってきてるだろ。あれは本当なのか？
メッセージ？
そうだよ。ここは渋谷じゃないって何度も。
I swallowed the rest of my sentence when I saw the look on her face. She was blinking at me in confusion, with her head tilted to one side. It was clear she had no idea what I was talking about.
タクル？
You doofus. Like, he is both very intelligent and also the dumbest man alive. It's incredible.
やっぱり。
Let's say, just hypothetically, that this wasn't the real Shibuya. What the fuck do you mean hypothetically? If that was the case, that meant the girl in front of me wasn't the real Kurusu. This meant I was probably wasting my time asking her anything. There was no point.
ウキは
I decided to do something else.
ウキちゃんがどうかしたの？
Okay, so at least he seems to be at the level we're at this point, hopefully.
ウキは部屋にいるのか？
いえ、まだ帰ってないけど。でもそうね。もう少ししたら戻るんじゃないかしら。
Uki wouldn't know that I was here. There was no other place for her to go as far as I knew. So all I had to do was wait.
ねえ、どうしたのタクル？何があったの？
いや、別に。
別にって、とてもそんな風には思えないわ。ウキちゃんと何かあったの？
Hypothetical squared. Kurusu was acting like she always... Kurusu was acting like she was really worried. I don't know where I got the word always.
大丈夫だって。
I'm making shit up.
クルスが心配するようなことは何もない。ただ、ちょっと聞きたいことがあっただけだよ。
本当にそれだけ？
本当だって。だからここで待たせてもらっていいか？
変なことじゃないわよね。ウキちゃんに聞きたいことって、あの子もいろいろ苦労してるんだから優しくしてあげなきゃダメよ。
分かってるって。
だったらいいけど。
Kurusu headed for the kitchen. She still looked worried. She was probably getting ready for dinner. For my part, I decided to just sit there and wait like I said I would. Come to think of it, Yume Aozaki, what happened to her? Oh my god. You're kidding me, dude. Thought I saw her at Cafe Lax, but then she quickly disappeared. Or maybe she'd just been another hallucination. Why is that the second option? Is that the second option in your brain? I took out my phone and looked at the call history. I tapped the screen to call her number. If she answered, there was a lot I wanted to ask her. If she didn't... As I listened to the phone ring, a strange sort of urgency started to well up within me. There was no sign of her picking up. It rang 20 or 30 times, without even going to an answering machine. I was getting nowhere, so I decided to end the call and try again. I didn't know what her plan was, but I would make this a battle of wills. I'd keep calling again and again until she picked up. I'd call again and again and again. Genius. How many times had I called her? It was more times than I could count on both hands. I knew that much, but not once had she answered the phone. Maybe the monotonous sound of the ringing was getting to me, because I was starting to get sleepy. I don't think that's sleepiness, my guy. I think your life is ebbing away. It had been a stressful day, both physically and mentally. My mind, body, and spirit were all worn out, and the exhaustion was starting to build up. My eyelids started to feel heavy. It became harder and harder to stay awake. No, I'll fall asleep.
タクル
Kurusu had come back from the kitchen at some point and was standing next to me.
クルス。
もうダメよ。そんなところで寝ちゃ風邪ひいちゃうじゃない。
違う。僕は。
はいはい。わかったからこっちにいらっしゃい。お布団敷いてあげるから。
No.
ここで寝ちゃうより少しの時間でもちゃんと布団で寝た方が疲れも取れるからね。
Kurusu grabbed me by the hand and stood me up.
もうしょうがないんだから。
Yeah, that phrase has always been weird to me. You'll catch cold. I didn't get the sense from Kurusu's voice that she was giving me an order. Her voice was filled with kindness and compassion. I was too tired, and her voice was too soft for me to resist. I let her take me where she wanted me to go. I was so sleepy, I wasn't even sure what I was feeling. This...
はい。こっちよ。
This is not good.
ああ。
Kurusu brought me into what looked like a girl's room. Oh, of course it's Uki's room. Everything was colored pink and made for the tastes of a little girl. This was... Oh, that's right. This was Uki's room. The Chiflera... Still love that name. The Chiflera was on the side shelf in its little pot. This was definitely Uki's room. But why here?
お布団今朝干したばかりだからふかふかのはずよ。
But still, it wasn't right to sleep in a girl's room when she wasn't there. Wait, that wasn't the real question. Then what was the real question? I didn't know. Didn't have the mental capacity left to think about it. Or perhaps it was Hypnos, the god of sleep, tempting me. Well, it didn't matter. I just wanted to sleep. The desire to sleep was controlling my body and mind. This is... terrible. Why would he go to his own room? As I fell into Uki's bed, I was surrounded by the gentle, mild scent of a young girl. Okay, make it weird. It was a clean, sweet scent like freshly washed sheets. The scent made me even more tired, and my eyelids slowly began to... I swear to God, if it's just credits. Could you imagine if it was just credits? My phone was making a noise in my pocket. Who could be calling me at this hour? I'm sleepy. Call me some other time. Answer the fucking phone, Taguru. Answer the goddamn phone. The phone didn't stop ringing, no matter how long I waited. Dude. Come on. Come on! Just wouldn't stop, and even though my mind was still hazy, it felt like I had no choice but to pick up the phone. The name on display was... Great. I'll take it. Answer the phone! That's right. So she'd seen my call and finally decided to call back. That's right. I had to find out who she is. She's no one. It's... Okay. You dingus. Tried to move my fingers to tap the call icon, but my body felt far heavier than it should. I just needed to move my finger a little, but it was like my body belonged to someone else. Or she might just hang up. But it was like my body was paralyzed and it wouldn't move. It was like I was in a dream. A yume, you might say. A dream? But then who was dreaming? No, that didn't matter. I needed to pick up the phone. If I didn't hurry, she'd hang up. Hurry, hurry. Hurry. Put all my strength into my fingertip, and finally was able to answer the call. My voice was so exhausted that it was hard to believe those were my own words. Even as I talked, it felt like I was going to be dragged into the forest of sleep. I was too out of it to even tell whose voice it was on the phone. I believe that's Erica! The real one! Just get to the part where you tell him what to do! Stop wasting time! Yo, Kurosato's there too? Is that... I think that's Shinjo. I couldn't even tell who was saying what anymore. I was falling into the abyss of sleep. I could hear desperate cries from very close and from far away, but it was amazing how little it seemed to matter. The gentle light enveloped me, and I fell asleep. Where am I? Huh? I was supposed to be in Uki's room. Is this real? Or a dream? Dream? Whose dream? Mine? I screamed as something suddenly came into view. Son of a bitch, I really was hoping they wouldn't pan over to that. Tiny little boxes in the shape of a person. Dark red liquid flowing out of them. An overwhelming metallic stench. Inside the boxes was... Oh, we're back to before the dream. That's right. I had...
俺にとってかけがえのない存在だった。それをお前は見殺しにしたんだ。でもこれでようやく復讐も終わる。
It really doesn't.
お前、次は宮代の番だ。よく切れるメスと麻酔薬は持ってきたか。
I've been so angry about Yui's death.
それがなきゃひどく痛くて苦しむぞ。ユイちゃんみたいな。
I hate this so much. I hate this so much.
人なんだ。泣いて命乞いでもするか。助けてくださいって土下座するか。お前本当に。
タクルさん。
I gasped when I heard the voice behind me.
よかった見つかったゆいちゃんは
And then Uki saw the boxes near my feet and froze. Shocked, she looked at them and then at me, as if she was trying to say something. And then she saw Ito.
ゆいちゃんは
邪魔するな。
What the fuck is going on? At this point, I am well and truly lost.
可愛い妹の死で絶望の淵にいる宮代は絶望のままあの世へ送ってやるところなんだ。外野は黙って見てろ。
Ito turned toward me. Uki looked at the boxes again, and then she finally seemed to understand the meaning of Ito's words. And then she took a half step back. And screamed. And glared at him in a fury. So this is basically what happened before the chapter started. Before, like, the D sword appeared in her little hand. Uki staggered forward, flailing the sword wildly. Ito had no idea how to handle the sudden attacker. I got between them. And then... an impact. Pain. Heat. That's right. She stabbed me with her D sword. I remembered. That was what happened. Okay, so it's just like a recap? Okay.
あれが現実。それじゃ今、僕がいるここは、僕の妄想の中。
I could hear voices. We definitely did not need a recap. I definitely didn't need to see that again. Like ever in my life. Oh my god, I'm... Alright, we're back here. We're back here again. I could hear Serica and Crusoe on the phone. Huh? What's going on? Is that a dream? Was I... Oh, that's right. This was Uki's room. I fell asleep in Uki's room. I was on the phone. I called Yume Aozaki. And then they called me. I swear to God, if I hear the word dream one more time, I'm gonna think I'm playing Yakuza 5. Jesus Christ. That's right. Serica's voice was calling me. Suddenly, something flew by me and knocked the phone out of my hands. It fell on the floor, its body split open by something sharp. My mind was still hazy as I forced myself to look up at the person holding the shining blade above me. Standing next to the bed, her face filled with desperation, was...
Uki.
ダメです。それ以上は気づいちゃいけないです。 この世界こそがあなたのタクルさんの現実なんです。
Her voice was as sad and desperate as the expression on her face.
どういうことだ？
Uki closed her eyes for just a moment.
優しい家族、温かい友達、楽しいこと、嬉しいこと、幸せなことだけがずっと繰り返しどこまでも続いている。これが現実の渋谷。これがタクルさんにとっての現実。それでいいじゃないですか。
違う。
I struggled to get up, but my body wouldn't move.
何が違うんですか？
それは。
What was wrong with it? The dream I'd had was right. I wouldn't like what was waiting for me when I woke up. Compared to that, this was paradise. Just like Uki said, here there would be nothing but fun things, pleasant things, and happy things in my life. But would that really mean I was alive?
やっぱり。
I finally managed to get the strength in my arms and stomach to sit up.
やっぱりここ。
Yeah, I certainly wouldn't
現
want
実なん
it.
かじゃない。
I was trying to tell myself that. I can definitely see the appeal, though, especially if you know you're dying on the other end. No matter how much I didn't want to admit it, no matter how much I didn't want to accept it, no matter how much I wanted to ignore it, if that was the truth, even if I almost died after being stabbed by Uki's D-sword, as long as I was alive,
やめて、お願いですからやめてください。もうそれ以上辛い思いを味わわなくてもいいじゃないですか。ど
ウキ。
うしてなんですか？あなたさえ望めば、ここはどんな幸せな世界にもなるんです。それなのに、どうしてそんな風にせっかくの幸せを壊そうとするんですか？
yeah, I think I'd pick reality for sure.
そんなこと言ったって。夢は夢でしかない。いずれは覚めなきゃいけない。
覚めない方がいい夢だってあります。
Uki looked like she was about to cry.
私はあなたに命に関わるような大きな怪我を負わせてしまいました。もしかしたら二度と今までのような生活はできないかもしれない。たとえ今現実に戻ったとしても、その先あなたを待っているのは辛くて苦しくて嫌なことだらけの人生ですよ。そんなの生きてるって言えるんですか？生きてる意味があるんですか？
The words she said grew in mass and density, creating ripples in my heart. They weighed down heavily upon me, and my mind creaked under the strain. At the same time, the heat and pain from when Uki had stabbed me came rushing back. The feeling of coughing up blood. The feeling of my life flowing out of me. Despair shrouding my heart.
そんなの無理ですよ。私には耐えられないです。だから私はこうして新しい世界を作ったんです。タクルさんの望む幸せな世界を作ったんです。このままこの世界にいた方がタクルさんは絶対に幸せでいられるんです。私だってその方が。
Slowly, like a slow-acting poison, all my negative emotions came welling forth to hold me back. It was fine to put on a brave face and say that I would wake up from my dream, and say that I had to wake up from my dream. But if Uki was right, even if I did go back to the old world, my body would be half dead already. And Yui, my little sister, she'd been killed by the man I thought was my best friend. Now she was gone. Is there anything left for me in the real world? There was nothing but cruelty and coldness. But in this world, I wasn't hurt at all. Yui was here too. There was even a girl who loved me. Can we not talk about this fucking background NPC? Is there really any reason I had to go back? Like, honestly, I get it. I would not go for the fake world, but I do. I get the, like, the draw of it. Right? Especially after all that shit. Like, it's a lot to take, you know? Uki's voice was shaking. Tears were running down her pale white cheeks.
私のせいなんです。何もかも私のせい。
ウキ。
私は。
Uki started to speak, her head downcast. She told me about herself.
私はまだ小さかった頃、お父さんやお母さんに連れられて不思議な場所に通っていました。そこではたくさんの人たちがお祈りをしたり瞑想をしたりしていました。
I imagined it was some kind of religious facility. Evidently, her parents had been involved with some kind of cult.
お父さんとお母さんはとても厳しい人で、私がどうしてそこに行かなければいけないのか教えてはくれませんでしたし、私もそれをおかしなことだって思ったりはしませんでした。ある日、私はあの地下へと連れて行かれました。そしてその後すぐに大きな地震があって、お父さんとお母さんは死んだって言われました。両親の他には親戚は誰もいなくて、行くところのなくなってしまった私はあの地下の部屋で皆さんの面倒を見るようになりました。それも私にとっては当然の成り行きで、どうしてこんなことをしなければいけないのかなんて疑問に思うことはありませんでした。
I remembered when I took her out of that basement. She'd been there since she was very little, and it had been everything she had.
いろいろとお世話をしていると、皆さんはありがとうって言ってくれました。その言葉を聞くととても嬉しくて、すごく優しい気持ちになれました。はあ、この人たちは私を必要と思ってくれてるんだ。私のことを頼ってくれてるんだ。そう思うととても温かい気持ちになれました。
For young Uki, being needed was the only way she felt she had any value in the world. I could see that from how hard she worked at Aoba Dorm. That desire to be needed was the only thing that kept her going.
私は私の周りにいる人が幸せになってくれることが嬉しいんです。私が幸せになることよりも誰かが幸せになる、その方が私にとってはとても嬉しいことなんです。誰かに幸せになってほしい、誰かを幸せにしたい、ありがとうって笑ってもらいたい。私はきっとそのために生まれたんです。それなのに。
Her round eyes filled with tears again.
なのに私はタクルさんにあんなことを。私のせいでタクルさんは私はタクルさんを不幸にしてしまったんです。私にはもう現実の世界でタクルさんを幸せにすることはできません。でもこの世界なら私はタクルさんのことを幸せにすることができます。タクルさんに笑ってもらったり、ありがとうって言ってもらえることができるんです。だからお願いします。どうかこの世界でタクルさんが幸せになるお手伝いをさせてください。
僕を幸せに。ウキが。
はい、
Why, I wonder? The meaning of Uki's words slowly sank in. Here, I could be happy. Yeah. Here, I could smile. See, for me, I just hate being lied to. Just like, even the second anything seemed a little off and I started to even suspect that things weren't real, I wouldn't be able to stand it. I'd just be like, this is bullshit. I can't take it. Like, so maybe it would be okay to stay here. Don't do it. As soon as I started to think so, I began to feel incredibly tired again. Everything started to get hazy. I'm sure this is for the best. Nobody wants to suffer. And there's no difference between reality and delusion anyway. It's all just what your brain is showing you. So it's better to be happy. God damn it. If I just let myself sleep. When I wake up, I'll be happy. Everything started to fade away. A tiny hand rubbed my back. It was Uki's hand, gentle and warm. It would keep me safe. So that... Maybe she was right. If Uki would make me happy, that was fine with me. I slowly sank into the abyss of unconsciousness. Uki, another? Okay. Suddenly I heard a voice that pulled me back from the abyss. A roar filled the air, and a single ray of light flashed. It felt like the void itself was being sliced apart. I struggled to open my eyes, and then forced my vision into focus. I saw two people there. One was Uki, who was on top of me, and the other was Uki, who was not. Oh my god, it is! Fuck. Is it? The other Uki was holding a huge, elegant blade, far too big for her little body, and using it to tear open a hole in space. Fucking what? The Uki from the other side of the void swung her sword in a flash. The Uki on top of me leapt back and just barely dodged. My mind was having trouble comprehending the fact that I was seeing two Ukis. Yeah, I think the one on the left, or the one on the right, is the real Uki. I think the other one is... I don't know! What was happening? What was going on? Was this a part of the dream? Or was it real? I was too tired to try and understand. I'm worried because this is the music that usually plays right before the credits start, and that concerns me. Why were there two Ukis? The other Uki lifted her blade and readied it. Uki raised her hand into the emptiness and plunged it into a crack between dimensions. The quanta formed in the dead spot in my brain. And with a dazzling light, the long flowing blade, the D-sword, appeared in her hand. Well, now I really can't tell them apart. Shit. The two of them stared at each other for a moment. They both moved at the exact same time. Okay, that's sick, though. A blade was brought down in a flash, like a hawk descending on its prey. The other Uki raised her own weapon to block it. And then the other Uki launched her counterattack. The sword scorched the air as it danced faster than the wind. her powerful strike was deflected by a strange movement where she held her blade diagonally. Wind, sound, impact. The two switched rapidly between attacker and defender. The two switched rapidly between one place and another. The two switched rapidly in my mind. I couldn't tell which was which anymore. Oh god damn it. Is this gonna turn into a no shoot the other one situation? God damn it. One of the Uki seemed to be losing slightly. She yelled in a loud voice that didn't sound like Uki at all.
騙される？どういうことだよ、それ。
彼女が今目の前にいるこの私がさっき話したことは全部嘘なんです。だから騙されないでください。余計なこと言わないで。
I feel like this is so. The real Uki came in when I think when she stabbed him, she made all this, including another Uki who just wants to make him happy and make sure he doesn't go back to the real world. But the real Uki does want him to come back to the real world because she wants him to live. She wants him to survive. That's kind of what I'm working on here. Like what I'm working with. So basically the fake Uki knows full well that if he stays here, he's not gonna live a happy life. He's gonna die. But the real one wants him to not die. A lie? What she just said, that I could live happily in my dreams, that was all a lie? Yeah.
よく聞いてください。もしもこのまま彼女の言いなりになったとしても、あなたに幸せはありません。
僕に幸せはない。
そうです。このままではあなたは妄想の中に溶けてゆくだけ。そのまま二度と戻ってこれなくなってしまうだけです。それ以上は。
Pale fireworks flashed violently in front of me, and rainbow streaks of light burned into my eyes. I tried as hard as I could to think about what the other Uki, the one that had just appeared, was telling me.
タクルさん、この子の言ってることは嘘です。夢の中ならあなたは幸せになれるんです。違います。そんなの大嘘です。
Which was the real her? Who should I believe?
タクルさん、もう一度よく思い出してください。あの時何が起きたのかを。
Then?
あの日何が起きたのかをもう一度。それ以上は。
What happened that day? It was... Cool. Let's go ahead and see it again. That day. Let's go over it again. What happened?
よく自分の心に問いかけてみてください。考えて結論にたどり着いてください。この妄想が本当は誰のものなのかを。
Could sense a door that was half open in the back of my mind. The vision of the past The vision of the past I'd seen started to slowly open that door once more.
ダメです。やめてください。思い出してはダメ。いや！思い出して本当の出来事を。そしてこの妄想が本当は誰のものかを。
What really happened? On that day, tiny little boxes in the shape of a person, dark red liquid flowing out of them, an overwhelming metallic stench. Inside the boxes was... Oh my god, we really have to go through this entire thing again.
どうだ。自分の大切なものを失う気分は。自分の無力さを思い知りながら後悔に苛まれる気分は。
I remembered this part. That's what had happened that day.
彼女は俺にとってかけがえのない存在だった。それをお前は見殺しにしたんだ。でもこれでようやく復讐も終わる。
Like at this point, he's got to remember something else. Like this.
伊藤、お前、次は宮代の番だ。よく切れるメスと麻酔薬は持ってきたか？
I'd been so angry about Yui's death.
それがなきゃひどく痛くて苦しむぞ。ゆいちゃんみたいにな。
Gross.
伊藤、なんだ、泣いて命乞いでもするか？助けてくださいって土下座するか？お前本当に。
タクルさん。
Then Uki came.
よかった、見つかった。ゆいちゃんは。
And when she saw what happened to Yui, and then she screamed.
なんだよ。
She real booted the D sword. I remembered the D sword flailing wildly. Ito running and screaming.
待て、ウキ、伊藤にはまだ。
I got between them, and then I reached out my hand.
やめろ、ウキ。
And in my hand was my D sword.
あの時、僕は本能に突き動かされる。
Is she the one who got stabbed?
視界の隅に現れたディソードに手を伸ばして、そしてその手を。
She's the one who got stabbed. Are you shitting me? The horrible sensation of ripping through blood vessels and muscle fiber. Her body crumpling forward. The sound of her coughing up blood. The thud when she bounced off the pavement. Uki's body turning red. It all came back to me. And that, well, and that also explains why he's on the verge of death. Dude, she's the one who got stabbed. What the fuck? As the truth of the past came back to me, the Uki from this reality screamed and collapsed on the cold floor. No, I think he stabbed her, and then, like, the guilt of it made him manifest this fake reality. But like when he makes things this, you know, this real, quote unquote, like I think when he made Serica, it put him in a coma for a year. So making all this, you know, I imagine it's threatening to like just straight up kill him. And so that's right why they're like you know, trying to pull him out. Can't believe. As the truth of the past came back to me, the Uki of this reality screamed and collapsed on the cold floor. She started to spasm and vomit up blood. Her limbs flailed out in impossible directions and froze. It was a slow death, but a certain one. My mouth went wide open in shock as I tried to understand what was happening to her. She reached out her hand into the air, fingers curled as if she wanted to grab something. And then her arm fell. And she stopped moving at all.
Uki.
God. I remembered. Even if I wished I hadn't. What I'd just seen was the hidden truth. Because I'd remembered it, the Uki from this reality had died. All the exhaustion and desire for sleep that had been eating away at my body were gone. I suddenly felt something strange and looked down at my hands. In my right hand was a long, sharp sword. The shining blade was covered in sticky blood. Jesus Christ.
思い出してくれたんですね。
The other Uki whispered softly. Her eyes were filled with sorrow as she stared at her own twisted body lying on the floor.
ここはタクルさんが作った世界なんかじゃなかったんです。
So then who the fuck are you? Hold on.
ここは山添雨季が作り出した世界。私の中の
Oh.
妄想の世界。
Hold on. Sorry, what? It was Uki's.
それじゃあウキは本物のウキは今
I'm so fucking lost.
現実の私はタクルさんの隣のベッドで眠っています。
僕の隣で。
はい。そしてここは消えかかる命の中で旅立つ間際に見る夢の世界。
Okay, so I guess I was wrong about the whole reason he's dying. So I guess it's not because he made a thing, it's because he's inside her dream, and I guess if the dream ends before he gets out, like if she dies before he gets out of her dream, then he also dies. I guess. So fucking lost.
ウキの夢の世界。
そう。私の夢の世界を無意識にリアルブートしてしまいました。その夢にタクルさんを巻き込んだまま。
I don't think he got stabbed. I think he's literally just stuck inside her dying dream. And they're trying to get him out before she dies. So this world was Uki's dream.
この子は
Uki's voice sounded a little sadder.
この子は私がずっと欲しいと思っていた憧れを手にした私でした。
Uki knelt down and silently closed her other self's eyes. And then she slowly stood up and walked over to the desk and opened the drawer. She took out a tiny envelope. It was a pink envelope, like a little girl would choose.
覚えていますか？
それは
It wasn't something from so long ago that I would forget it, and it had left an incredible impression on me. So I remembered it very well. It was the envelope that Yume Aozaki had used to send her love letter.
嘘をついてごめんなさい。
Uki looked a little embarrassed.
あの手紙を書いたのも、そしてあなたの理想の女の子の姿であのお店で待っていたのもこの子。いえ、 私だったんです。
Uki was Yume Aozaki? But why?
憧れていたんですね。きっと自分でも気づいていなかったけど、だからせめて夢の中でもって。
It was a world that any girl might see once in her dreams. But for Yuki? Uki? Maybe that was what she'd always wanted. For a girl who'd grown up in that dark basement, who'd never gotten a chance to go to school.
そうか。
Yume Aozaki. Something clicked in my mind. Is he really just now realizing the name? Yume Aozaki. Rearrange the letters and it becomes... Oh, wow, that's a lot more obvious than I... It's just an anagram for Uki. Man, I'm dumb. I've never been good at anagrams. Fair enough. The answer had been there all along.
ありがとうございました、タクルさん。
Picked up on the Yume part, but not the literal fucking anagram. Her eyes were still downcast as she spoke.
私は夢の中でほんの少しでも憧れの日々を送ることができました。
I love anagrams, but the people who can like literally just look at them and be like, oh yeah, that says, I'm like, that's crazy. Like I can figure them out if I like have them written down and I'm like, okay, this letter goes here. Like, give me like 20 minutes. I probably could have figured it out, but I felt like I knew what Uki was trying to say.
でもこれでもう夢は終わりです。
ウキ。
もうすぐ現実の私は死んでしまうでしょう。
But that's...
でもその前にタクルさんはタクルさんのいるべき世界に戻ってください。あの人が、久野里さんが言っていました。私が死ねばこの妄想の渋谷はディラックの海に飲み込まれてしまうって。だからタクルさんはその前に早く。
ウキは君はどうするつもりなんだ。
もう時間はありません。
答えになってない。お前はどうするんだよ。
私は。
She tried to continue, but before she could get out the words, the strength left her body, and she was forced to the ground.
何？
I quickly ran over to her and grabbed her by the arm and tried to help her up.
何やってんだよ。
タクルさん。
お前も一緒だろ。一緒に戻るんだよ。
No matter how hard the real world was, no matter how far away happiness seemed,
タクルさん。
ほら立てよ。立って一緒に来いよ。
Dude, this sucks. I would take her with me.
ありがとう、タクルさん。
And then Uki smiled a little.
でもダメです。
She quietly brushed my hand away.
私はもうここに来るだけでもう限界だったんです。
何を言って。
She pointed to the D sword in my hand with a shaking finger.
久野里さんが言っていました。ディソードは妄想と現実とをつなぐ橋のようなものなんだって。
そんなことは。
だからそれをしっかりと伝っていけばきっと現実に戻れます。
お前がいれば現実に戻れるんだろ。だったらお前も一緒に。
Uki was sitting on the floor, reaching out a shaking hand. She was reaching for a broken pot. It had shattered during the fight, and the chiflero was lying on the floor, looking sad. Somehow, it seemed like it was just like Uki herself.
タクルさん。この子、ありがとうございました。
そんなの。
It was nothing at all. But before I could say another word, Uki...
嬉しかった。
Uki collapsed to the floor. and then the world started to fall apart. The ground and sky started to roar and shake, and everything was pulled back into a pre-quantum state of possibility. Everything dissolved into ones and zeros and fell apart. The end of the world was inescapable, and it was almost upon me. I desperately tried to grab her tiny body, but her outlines started to blur. The matter that made up her body was dissolving, like sand being blown away by the wind. It was turning back into ones and zeros, disappearing as if it had never been there. Sucks. Stabbed the D-sword into the floor and clung to it clung to it to help myself stay standing. I can read. And soon the destruction came for me as well. I felt like my body was being ripped apart. A wave of annihilation enveloped me. And all of my senses blinked out. Everywhere I looked, there was nothing. Nothing, nothing, nothing. The void. Or perhaps, was this the Dirac Sea, where all things would someday return? I was wandering in endless void. Particles of light were flowing upward all around me. Even in this form, I could tell exactly what they were. This was Uki. No, that wasn't quite right. It was the memories that made her up. The memories poured into my brain like a rushing torrent. A young Uki. Her parents had brought her to a strange building, and she was sitting there, confused, as the adults around her bowed their heads low to the floor. A gloomy room filled with cement and metal. I have no idea. Dozens of horrible devices. Experiments. But even then, she was smiling when she was with her friends, young Yui, and others too. Then the earthquake and the destruction. A sealed room. Screaming adults. Fear of reality and longing. Two colliding desires. We want you to stay pure, innocent, and untainted, and take care of us forever. She subconsciously reel-booted that desire. That's what had happened to her body. Still, she accepted everything. Even her own fate. The world had turned pure white, and began to be rebuilt again. I clutched the D-sword tightly with my fingers, just like Uki had told me.
Takuru ってば、Takuru! のんちゃん、今、声が。
These voices.
Takuru! Takuru!
They were calling out for me over and over. The world began to regain its color.
タクル、わかる？私が誰だかわかる？
わかるに決まってるだろう。クルス。
タク、私は。
誰だっけ？
What an asshole.
冗談だよ、尾上。痛いって。
こら、意識が戻ったからって飛びつくやつがあるか。絶対安静だぞ。
Dad ran through the curtain separating the beds and pulled Serica off me, then peered down at my face.
意識もはっきりとし
Hey,
ているな。
buddy. As he started to give me an exam, I looked down at my hand. It was still in the shape it had been in when it was holding the D-sword.
でもよかった。目覚めてくれて。ほんとだよ。どれだけ心配したか。
こいつらずっとお前があっち行っちまわないよう声をかけ続けてくれてたんだぞ。
ありがとう。二人の声聞こえてた。
いいって。私たちとタクの仲じゃん。そうよ。それにこれ以上家族がいなくなっちゃうなんて。
Rusu's voice suddenly cut off. Any more? Was she talking about Yui? And one more person.
ウキ。
I sat up and asked. She'd said she was sleeping next to me.
タクル、よく聞いて。ウキちゃんは。
A cold sweat appeared on my body when I heard those words. It couldn't be. Maybe she was already... I slowly looked around. And there she was.
ウキ。
I could see her resting quietly on the other side of the curtain that separated our beds. Her eyes were shut, and there were tubes attached all over her body. I could hear a monitor device near her, beeping at regular intervals. That means she's alive, right? Like, she was alive. But then why had Kurusu and Serika acted that way? What did that...
冷静に聞いて、タクル。のんちゃん、何も今言わなくても。
いや、いいんだ、尾上。
I kept my eyes on Uki as I spoke.
クルス、教えてくれ。ウキは。
I had been ready for it. But when I saw it for real, I still didn't want to believe. But I had to face it anyway. This wasn't the dream world anymore, and she was the one who told me to come back.
ウキちゃんね。一命は取り留めはしたけれど、脳に受けたダメージが大きいって久野里さんが。
はっきり言ってくれ、クルス。ウキは治るのか。
残念だけど、このまま。
She slowly shook her head. Instantly, my heart felt like it was going to freeze. I'm sorry, but I tried to understand the meaning of those words. Uki would never wake up again. She would never talk again. She would never smile again. Never. I forced my aching body out of the bed.
大丈夫。
Serika and Kurusu rushed to support me, but I waved them away. Like a sleepwalker, I staggered over to Uki's unconscious body. Breathing was irregular, but steady. The machine was beeping. I couldn't see a single scratch on her face. She looked as if she could open her big round eyes and laugh at any second. But... Suddenly, I was assaulted by a wave of emotion. I softly touched her cheek. Her silent body was so warm, and I... Dude, this sucks so bad. I hate this. All I did was cry. For a girl who'd said that other people's happiness was what made her happy. For a girl who'd risked her life to save me.
ありがとうございました、タクルさん。私は夢の中でほんの少しでも憧れの日々を送ることができました。
For the girl who'd smiled as she said those words. Is there anything I could have done for her? Could I have given her happiness?
この子、ありがとうございました。
I...
嬉しかった。
I... And the days passed. Many springs, many summers, and many autumns came.
それじゃあ行ってきます。
いってらっしゃい。気をつけてね。
今日もいい天気だな。行こうか、ウキ。
Oh.
あっちは人が多いから、こっちを回ろう。それとも向こうの方がいいか？わかった。それじゃあ向こうから行こう。
Shortly after, Uki's body had recovered to the point where we could take her off life support. But it was only her body that recovered. She didn't talk or laugh. She just stared into space like a doll. Her mind had gone someplace far away and still hadn't come back. Kunosato said it probably never would. And she was probably right. My one wish was that wherever she was, she'd found the world she always wanted. All I could do was pray and spend each day with her. It's the only way I could atone.
Ah, Taku!
I turned around just in time to see Serika run up to us.
Yo.
今日もお散歩？
まあな。
そっか。いい天気だもんね。
Serika smiled at Uki and then looked up at the bright sky.
悪いな。最近あんまり一緒にいられなくて。
私のことは気にしなくていいよ。私はタクがそれでよければいいんだし。
No, that was Kunosato, is the like chick with the lab coat. I don't think she was in this ending much. I think we heard her voice one time and then that was it. Serika looked at me.
タクはいいんでしょ？それで。
That's fair. Of course, the best thing would be for Uki to get better, but that was too much to hope for now. I swear to God, if she says, "Did you have fun?" I'm gonna chuck my controller. Not really, because they're expensive, but I feel like it. So I would do what I could for her. This was the path I'd chosen.
だったらよし。
Serika smiled, satisfied at my answer. This motherfucker, this.
じゃあ、私は行くね。ウキちゃんも、またね。チャオス。
She said a word she probably picked up from someone else and left. I watched her go, and then we started to walk again. We took each step slowly and carefully.
そうそう。それでさ、ユウトがそしたら父さんがさ。
No matter what I said, there was never an answer. But I kept talking, and waiting for the day when she would someday come back. Oh my god, I keep thinking like, alright, credits. No! More. Oh, stop. I stopped in front of a small store. I'd spotted a planter, and I'd seen a certain plant lined up in front of the others at the florist. A Schefflera. It was the plant I'd given to Uki as a present for her room.
嬉しかった。
I thought I heard her voice and quickly turned to look at her. But I just imagined it.
そうだよな。そんなこと。
And then...
Uki.
Eyes like glass beads quivered for a moment. Get that plant. Get it. And a single tear ran down her cheek.
Uki.
She didn't speak. Her expression didn't change. But still, she was there. And someday...
Ah. Uki.
The world was constantly growing, expanding, and evolving. Even if it left the two of us behind. I'd spend my days with her. Believe that someday she would come back to us. Until then...
僕が君の世話をして生きていくよ。いつかやってくる。君の幸せのために。
I didn't know if that day would ever come. But until then, I would keep believing. Always. There it is. Oh my god. My poor feelings. So, what absolute nightmare fuel is awaiting at the end of these credits is my question. That one was rough. There's something I was gonna say and I can't remember what it was. Yeah, it was pretty good. I didn't like how many times I had to go through Yui being dissected again. That was deeply upsetting. It's insane, dude. The amount of times I had to just be like, why are you being like, open your eyes, man? Yeah. They definitely wanted to give across the impression that you're losing your mind, and I was. I can't believe she was the one who got stabbed. Like that was well played. I did not see that coming at all. Insane. You were like my one lifeline through this whole thing. At least I didn't have to lose my mind alone. Speaking of, I think I am gonna start. I don't think I'm gonna wait until I finish this to stream Linear Band of Pentagram. I think I'm just gonna do that on like other days. So I'm gonna keep having this one on Monday, Wednesday, Friday, and I think I'm just gonna play the other one just whenever. Figure I'll start tomorrow and then I'll probably add it to my schedule at some point. I usually don't want to like to stream on Saturdays because I usually have something going on, but I don't tomorrow, so I'll probably be playing it tomorrow. And then, I don't know, Tuesdays and Thursdays. I keep forgetting I have a bruise on my face. Oh yeah, you're like 5 hours ahead, so. 5 hours? No, like 7 hours. It's almost 4, yeah. Whew. We're almost. It was. Jeez. It really took a lot out of me. Alright, you know what? What's Serica gonna say this time? If it's. I swear to God, if she's just like. Did you have fun? And then that's it. Like the last one. I swear to God. Every time, so every time she's just gonna be like, "Hey, did you have a good time? All right, cool." End. Oh, Serica, what am I going to do with you? All right, Dream Sky acquired. So now I'm curious what the branch is, because according to this, this handy dandy little guido, there's a branch within that route. So, I guess I'll be doing that one next time. But is that like a different Uki ending, or is it just like a different ending? Yeah, it's the. I think it's the one at the trailer. Trailer? RV? Yeah. The Yume thing. Ow, god damn. Alright, well, I will call it a day for today. Thanks for joining me in this adventure. I don't know what I'm supposed to say here. I'm terrible at ending these. I was just like, bye. Ow. Alright. Thanks for doing the watching. Have a wonderful night. Sleep well. Bye-bye.